I'm going to talk to Ms. Parker about, I remember one of my posts, I said, where are the Democrats? Where are the Democrats?
Where the Democrats at?
Like, are y'all really, like, are y'all really going to sit up here and the system is breaking all types of laws. They're breaking all types of constitutional law. They're going against the Constitution. And so the Constitution is from what I was taught in school.
Right, it came.
By the way, they're dismantling the Department of Education. I was taught that the Constitution was there to protect the people. But, you know, I'm black. So I don't really think the Constitution was ever really trying to really be technical. I don't think the Constitution was ever really designed to protect anything outside of people
that were white,
you know, or because it was definitely not built with the people of color in mind. But there's been so many amendments to the Constitution that have was appallingly helped people of color, like the Civil Rights Act, you know, which the Trump administration so casually has is challenging. I want to get clarification on that. Like, how much can they do? So I want to get a little clarification on that when I'm talking to Ms. Crockett. I'm just like every other transgender American citizen. I'm lost and afraid. And I don't know. But you know, you ask someone, hopefully today I can get maybe one or two answers. I get maybe one or two answers. Hell, I'd be happy for just one answer, like one answer. I'd be happy for that. If I can get two questions answered with a hopeful answer, I'd say we're making some kind of progress. 3 questions, yikes. Oh, hallelujah. Glory be to the ever-living God. But I'd like to know, where do we stand? What are we going to do? I'd like to know that. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll join this packet in just a moment.
Yeah.
Queen.
It's all good. It's all good. Wait,
She's funny, so she began them
crackers
crackers together.
This is why I wanted to come here.
But why does that be so fine? Like I didn't pay for it.
Yes, this month is that.
Who needed it? What for?
You over here doing like this. You know. Yes. Representative Jasmine Pocket, it is an honor to sit here and communicate with you today. I'm going to jump right into it because I know you got lunch break. You got something to do. I want to thank you. I just want to open my throat and say, let me see. And I want to say, yeah, I want to know something. I'm mixing a lot of stuff. I want to say thank you.
She making toppings today?
When I inboxed you, I wanted you to know that it was important for me to let you know as a black trans woman, and fat and loud. I want you to know, thank you. I really truly want you to know. I know you hear it a lot and you see people saying this thank you so much a lot, but I truly would load up my car with a whole bunch of my girls and we would tear some shit up. Okay? We will test this shit up. I thank you for the strength and the perseverance and the ability not to back down in the face of any adversity that's going on right now. And I get what I said about you being protected at all costs. The hardest thing to be in this country what people don't really understand is black. But then to add black woman, black sim, black trans, black visibility on top of anything is just, and you're doing the work for all the intersections of it. And again, we thank you.
Thanks, bro.
I'm here sitting with you now. I know that you don't have a
Some of
lot
her
of
questions
time,
answered, so she's gonna get some of her
but I
questions.
want to talk to you about where we are as a country. Where are we? I'm so afraid. As a black trans woman, I'm so afraid. Like, I know you're from Texas, and I know, you know, the things that are going on in Texas right now, when they're trying to criminalize transgender people.
So
Like, what is going on?
I need to be locked in.
So first of all, it's an honor to be here with you. And you know, I like to say they hate you because they can't be. So every little hate that they spew your way, my way, it is because they know that they see how beautiful we are inside and out. And we walk in that greatness every single day. And there is nothing that they can do that will diminish us or make us feel less than, even though that's what they want us to believe we are. So let me just say thank you for living your truth, because that really takes courage. And the sad part is that it should never be courageous to be who you are.
Yeah.
That should just be what is the norm.
So 6 o'clock, that's in a few hours.
And the reason I say it's courageous is because you know that the attacks are coming.
Yeah.
Like you listed it off, right? Like you started with the blackness that you were born into, like that is a situation. Being trained, right? Like that is a situation. It's a situation for attack in this country. And it's coming from the people that we have elected to protect us. The people that have been entrusted to protect us. And the idea that, you know, when people get all riled up about anybody, right? That is not old, white, male, and rich. Anytime they get very riled up, I just think about and I wonder, what did the struggles look like back in the day? When we had not enjoyed things such as the passing of the Civil Rights Act. When we did not enjoy some of the freedoms, when we acknowledged things like Jim Crow was wrong. And I think about the fact that when they justified not treating us as a whole person, when they justified us being somebody else's property, when they justified, you know, separate but equal and not allowing us to learn together, not allowing us to eat in the same places or drink out of the same facilities. When I think about those things, I think about the fact that they justified it, number one, through violence. And then I think about the fact that they also had this justification as if we were different, as if we didn't all believe the same and we weren't the same. And so as the attacks seem new, they really are tired and old, and we've been through them before. I can recognize that hate, no matter if we're talking about in the 50s or if we're talking about in 2025. And so with me, I know that we've persevered past them. We have still been able to accomplish so much despite them. And I truly believe that as we walk into this next season, this losing season for the haters, I think that we will again be able to transgress and show that like we are great, we are normal, we are actually if anything we are super powered as far as I'm concerned. So it is easier in my opinion to do what's right every single day that I go in and serve and do right for everyone, because at the end of the day, I know that there was a time and a place, and if they could, they would throw me back in chains.
Yeah.
Somehow, those that came before us managed to break loose of the physical chains, even though we still have a bunch of systemic chains that we're still kind of reigning over.
Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong?
I think we got comfortable. I think that we've heard from so many of our foremothers and forefathers that every generation has its own fight as relates to freedom, and freedom is never truly won. I think even when you look at, you know, Roe v. Wade, That was a 50-year fight, right? And the thing is, like, the hate has never gone away. It may have gone underground, or as I said in the speech that I gave to me, is that Jim Crow never died. He just lied in wait, right? So, like, it's not that it's ever gone away. But if we haven't seen it being so overt and in our faces, we get comfortable. And that's when its ugly head starts to rear and reveal itself. And that's what we're dealing with now is that everybody thought, oh, we smooth sailing. I ain't gotta pay attention to the election. It don't matter who it is that's in office. It's all gonna be the same. If I'm broke, I'm gonna stay broke. If I'm rich, I'm gonna stay rich. And whatever, life will continue to go on. And now we are in the find out phase.
Yeah, we done already effed around.
Yeah.
Now, well, we definitely find it out.
Yeah.
So recently I see Donald Trump openly trying to attack your intelligence. But he's like the most unintelligent person on the planet. How do you maneuver outside of like when you come home and you unwind and then you know that you have all this visibility on you and you got the world watching, and how do you like unwind from that? Like it has to be awful because I mean, girl, I'm in your comment section. I share everything that you. Every time you are at a hearing, I share everything you post. I share your lives. I share everything because I know that this is the way that we reach people. You know, we have to share, so I share it. But I also follow you because I want to like. I said to myself, like, I wonder how she's doing like after this. I wonder how she's feeling on the inside after this. And how does this make her feel like that? Like stupid men, stupid women, even men of your own color and women from your own color say ignorant
Just
shit.
the fuck up.
Well, she's ghetto, or she needs to, learn how to speak, or she's, coming from your home. Like, how do you decompress from that?
Yeah. So first of all, I definitely like no shade to nobody, but like I'm not taking advice from people that have never walked a day in my shoes. Because just the reality, right? Like it's easy to sit on the sidelines, or for most of them to sit behind a computer and be in this space of ambiguity and to have all of the answers. But until
you don't know how.
Life, I'm really not checking for you. That's just to be perfectly honest. Like these people that have these very strong opinions, and again, knowing history, I know that there were always Black people that were on the wrong side of history.
Yeah.
I know that if certain Black people were in charge, we would still be in the physical chains. So, people that have a certain mentality, I just let them have their mentality, but mine is one of freedom. And when I say freedom, it is freedom to be who I am and God made me wholly and fully. And you can't challenge me overall because I know I got the credentials. As everybody knows, I always got receipts. My credentials not only come with my actual education, but they also come in the form of my actual experiences. And so, I don't trip about any of that. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. If anything, it makes me sad for them. It doesn't make me sad for me at all. I also do though, dealing with Trump. Trump likes to dog this.
Yeah.
So essentially, what he's done is try to put a target on my head. But again, understanding that I only got to become the 55th Black woman ever elected to Congress because of the sacrifices that I think that number one, I bring the dive to the cover. Number two, I keep my head on swivel. Number three, I am licensed to carry. And number four, we do a lot to make sure that I've got the amount of protection that I can get and afford. Because as a member of Congress, I'm not just law enforcement officer. And so I'm thankful for the cities and the counties that work with our police, and as the level of threats have increased, they make sure that I'm covered when I show up. I had to go to Mississippi to do a graduation, and it's Mississippi. a place where I'm sure there's more hate than love for me overall in this state. And law enforcement made sure that nobody who had ill intentions could get anywhere near me. But at the end of the day, I know the blood that runs through my veins. I know that if I am going to really do more than just kind of sit in a seat, but that I am going to make sure that I have a seat at the table, make sure that when I'm at the table, I'm pulling up other chairs for others to come behind me.
Yes.
It may involve a level of sacrifice. I sacrificed a lot of my personal life, and having to think about every move that I make, and whether or not I can go out, if I can go somewhere, who I go with, if there's a private room, if I can get somebody to make sure that they are watching me at the time. It is a lot,
for this.
but I think that it's absolutely worth it knowing that people died just so I could be here.
Yeah.
But Donald Trump dropping the name of someone who literally is only just now entering.
What's wrong, baby? You want a big
second
juice, don't
time
you? You gonna take me some juice and some ice
kind of tells you who's trying to get on whose level, right?
Right.
Like being president of the
And
United
Sunday?
States, and I can guarantee you, if I somehow was sitting in the White House,
I got ground
I
beef. What I'm
wouldn't
gonna
be
do? I'm
worried
just
about
gonna do a
no
quick spaghetti.
random, nobody, young person that is in the house.
So she wanted to
But
talk.
the reality is that he knows
Taco
that my
Bell.
message is effective. He knows that the things that I'm saying are true, and he knows that he can't just fake media me, fake news me. He knows that people, even who aren't Democrats, listen to what
That's
I
how
have
I've been
to
cooking
say.
layely. Just
Because
whatever I
number one,
want,
I make it plain, and number
all
two,
together.
I always make sure I back up my
Don't even
information.
need all the
and challenge
sides, girl.
somebody to find that what I am giving them is false. And that is what is most threatening to him, is because he's been used to Democrats that have kept their heads down
Yeah.
and did the work. But I do the work while also talking my talk.
Don't
and
sleep
walking
on the
my walk.
ice.
So I want to speak to that when you said he's used to the Democrats that have kept their head down. Currently, right now, I know that I was right after the election.
I'm gonna buy a bag item.
Miss Jasmine, I felt like that they punched me in the freaking stomach. Like I said on my platform, and everywhere that anybody could see me, and I was humble, and I broke down Project 2025, and I just kept, and it was like even the people, bro. I can get so
People didn't want to hear no more.
even the people around me, I was like, girl, what is this man saying that has you in a chokehold? Like, what is he saying? Clearly, it is because this is a woman. Clearly, the problem is because this is a woman and not just she's a black woman. Clearly, because you can't be sitting around here picking apart everything that she's not saying and then ignoring the shit that he's saying. He's literally telling you what he's going to do, and y'all look at, but he don't mean it like that. Like, well, how do you feel now?
Yeah, it's interesting because everybody was clear about what was in his head, and now they sitting there looking like, oops. No, they just decided to give him a pass for everything. I mean, one of the things that comes to mind is that I talked about the fact that, you know, he denounced Project, well, he didn't denounce Project 2025. He distanced himself from like, oh, I never heard of it and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, but everybody around you, like, wrote Project 2025. I pointed out in a hearing that his name was mentioned over 300 times in Project 2025. That the people, like the person that's over budget right now, is one of the authors of a chapter of Project 2025. He has numerous people in his administration that are Project 2025 authors. And you're telling me you know nothing about him. But one thing he did do is he told people about these tariffs and his crazy ideas about tariffs. Now, he did campaign on tariffs. Now, I don't think he understood how they work. I still don't think he understands how they work. But something about tariffs really gets him going. And so he campaigned on that, and people heard him say that, and they still never responded. Now, one of the reasons that his approval ratings are so low is because of the tariffs. I'm like, he told y'all that. Like a lot of this stuff he lied through his teeth. But if we told you about the tariffs and y'all wouldn't take 2 minutes to try to understand what we were trying to tell you is that no, it's not other countries that are going to pay this. It is going to be you that is going to pay this. And people refuse to listen to us. So, it's one of those things that I'm trying to get through to, so many on my side and say, you know what, it's about how we communicate. Because I feel like we are not trusted messengers. And for whatever reason, they trusted the biggest known con man ever, right? They trusted him. So it didn't matter what he said because they believed in his heart. Regardless of his policies, regardless of his words, they believed in his heart, right? And so I think it is important that we build rapport, especially in the Black community, right? Like Black community has gotten so tired of every time it's election time, that's when we show up to all the churches. That's when we want to come to the barbershop. That's when we want to have a conversation instead of continuously engaging in communication and letting people know, like, this is what I'm doing for you. And this is why what he done is going to mess you up. Like, it has to be a continuous relationship. It's kind of like that dude that want to come around every once in a while and he want to call you at like midnight. Like, no, we haven't talked in months.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta be blowing me up now. And midnight, you better look kind of heat the town where I think you're trying to take me out.
You in town.
Okay.
Enjoy your day.
Enjoy
Enjoy your day.
Right. Exactly.
So I want to speak to what you said earlier about the Democrats and this seat complacent. Me as a Black American, a Black transgender American citizen, it does seem like the Democrats have been very complacent in this whole thing. And my thing is, when you ask, so I get on my platform and I say, where are the Democrats? Where are the Democrats? Where are the Democrats? And then we see you constantly. But you can't do it all by yourself. Do you feel alone?
There are times for various reasons though, but I will tell you that I think that there's a lot of different responses to Trump. I think there are those that are like, I've been through Trump 1.0, so they basically were expecting 2.0 to be kind of like what they already had been through. And 2.0 is like next level, is like supercharged ridiculousness, right? So I think that some people got caught off because they were like, oh, wait a minute, this isn't Trump 1.0. Like, he has like flipped the script. So I think you've got that bucket of people. I think you have other people that were like, surely, like the backstops that were built into the foundation of our country, surely the backstops are gonna hold. And then it's like, well, it seems like the dam is breaking, right? Like, you get the court orders and you're starting to win in court and you're trying to basically let checks and balances work. And then it's like, he basically is like, to hell with the courts, to hell with your orders. So now they're like, well, crap, like, because there are those that were like, we have an answer for this, right? And so now they're like starting to get their stride. So I think that there's waves of people and they are coming online. I think that the average American watching, as soon as he started cutting off money, him and Elon, and we like, wait a minute, like everybody like, well, everybody should be, jumping at it, and others are like, oh, the courts will take care of it, or oh, he's been through 1.0, and then you got people like me that's like, bro, this is not normal, like, and it is time for us to do our part, whatever we can, even though we're in the minority. So, we're starting to see members that are doing more town halls in other people's districts. I was talking to some members about that, about seeing what we could do to amplify that they actually are doing this work.
Yeah, because it don't seem like it. It don't seem like no. It doesn't seem like anybody is doing anything except like you're very, very vocal. And I watch the stuff that's going on because I have to watch. Not only just because I'm training. Yeah, that's even though that is the top of the list. My mother gets Social Security. My mother is disabled. Yeah, I have money, but why do I need to try to go make an extra $10,000 for medication? Where she already paid money in, for working. Like my mother's 63. What is going on? Like, what the freak is going on? Like, how are we gonna, like, is nobody paying this thing any attention, like how this affects everybody? And like you said, Elon is not an elected official. Why is this gentleman over here in this place governing over things that he's not even a citizen?
He is, but he
Oh.
wasn't born here. He like some of these people that they trying to send out.
Before. So he's an immigrant.
He's absolutely in
So why he in El Salvador?
the world, there we go. Yeah.
And,
And the federal government constantly giving him money, but they complaining about anyway. That's a whole other issue. But I will say this. I think that, first of all, let me just say thank you for how you use your platform. Because I do think it's important because I think that there are people that you can reach that I could never reach because there are so many people that literally, again, it goes back to that report, people that don't trust politicians. And what I try to tell people nowadays, and I think they're starting to understand it, is that you may not be politically engaged, but you absolutely are politically impacted.
yes.
And that's the reality. Like, even if it's not you directly, right? It's like everybody got a mama, everybody got a daddy, a auntie, a granny, or somebody, right? Somebody that you love and care about who is currently receiving Medicaid, or Social Security benefits, or you're hoping that one day your Social Security benefits are going to be there. And so it is important to pay attention. Or if I've been sleeping on this 3-hour medium dunkin' refresher. Strawberry dragon is delicious. $3 medium dunkin' refresher. If you are, trying to deal with childcare, which is very expensive, like understanding that Head Start is something that they have decided that they wanted to cut, or looking at the fact that, we all have people, or at least I know people that, use Meals on Wheels, right? That they are looking at losing theirs, or that people only get $6 a day to eat from SNAP benefits. And right now, they're talking about cutting $220 billion worth of SNAP benefits to people when you can't even buy 12 eggs for $6. So what is $6 a day to eat? If anything, you should be putting more money into it instead of less, especially as these tariffs start to hit. They're going to only further increase the amount that this will cost. And even if you say, well, I don't know nobody on SNAP because I'm, living a high life and I only roll with certain people. Let me tell you something. I am somebody that practices criminal defense work, and there are those that believe that the only people that commit crimes are criminals. And my experience is that there are people that are put into certain desperate situations that have them do criminal things, but they're not necessarily criminals. There is a difference, right? And so every time we can look, it doesn't matter where you look in this country or even another country where you have higher levels of poverty, there tends to be higher incidences of crime because you do have some people that are literally just trying to survive. So whether it's committing thefts so that they can eat, or committing thefts so they can take care of their children, or whatever it is, there is a survival instinct that kicks in. And so even if you don't care about nobody else, I'm sure you care about yourself and your community and whether or not, you have higher incidences of crime. So this is really just smart legislation. It's not about, being a Democrat or a Republican. And even when we look at, I fight really hard for those that are on SNAP benefits because I just think it's the right thing to do. I think it's a true Christian thing to do, especially when we're talking about penny, right? But at the same time, it's rural America that uses more SNAP benefits than urban America. It's not us. It's rural America, right? So like I oftentimes tell my colleagues that I'm fighting harder for your constituents than you are. Like it's a shame that you're the person that's supposed to be their voice when you literally are trying to take food out of their mouths And I also tell people, this final point I'll make about this, is that this is all an ecosystem, right? I was given a speech the other week, and I said that one of my favorite songs is "I Need You to Survive." And if people understood that we need each other to survive, then maybe they would have a different attitude about how they go about this. The reality is that those farmers may not end up surviving once you pull that money out, because just because you pull that money out don't mean that somebody gonna automatically go and replace the $220 billion that was in that ecosystem to make sure that you were making.
Right.
So I just, I hope that we're not going through this hill for everybody to come out and not have learned any lessons or educated themselves on why it is so important to understand that we're a global economy, and why it's also so important to understand that we need to take care of the least of us a lot more than we take care of the 1%ers at the top.
That's what the book say. There's two things I want to do with you, sister. I want to ask this question. I feel like I really want to know. Are we ever going to recover from it?
You're asking me to play Miss Cleo right now. I can't tell you that I know the answers to that. What I can tell you is that specifically Black people know how to survive and ultimately thrive. And so I truly believe, because we've never gotten our just due in this country, that Black people will definitely make it out on the other side. All right. But it is hard to assess how much damage has already taken place. It's one of the reasons that I decided to intentionally stay on the oversight committee, because I understood the importance of doing oversight in this moment. And as we are potentially about to go through a transition on oversight, I really want to dig into the weeds. I want to make sure that we're sending out subpoenas. I want to conduct investigations. I want to do shadow hearings, so that we can really dig in and find out what all have y'all done and how bad is it. I can tell you that I don't think that we could recover in 1 4-year term, so I can't afford for people to get upset, even if we get a Democrat, the next go round, for them to say, well, I didn't get everything fixed in 4 years. They tore it down in the first 100 days, so surely you can fix it in, 4 years. I can't say that. My mom is someone who most likely is about to enter her retirement phase because of kind of all the crazy that is happening. She's been with the federal government for almost 40 years. Like, you can't just go and replace that type of experience and institutional knowledge. And we are losing that at all of our agencies. And even if those people are sunsetting and they're about to leave the agency, there's always kind of been a handoff, right? It's like bringing the new, but they're being trained up by the old.
Yes.
And so I don't know. They've been reckless. They've been ignorant, and incompetent. So I have no idea how much harm. But until we can start to dig in, and I don't know how many true answers we're going to get ultimately until we get them out, I have no idea. No idea.
That's scary. That is very scary. I want to thank you for fighting for us, even through all of the fear and everything. It's just like the only way over is through. So we just got to go through it. Now, the last section of our show is called Ban and Binge. Now, this segment of our show, as I said, some people are out here banning drag shows, LGBTQ books, and even our very existence, but we're flipping the script. What's something you would ban if you ran the world? Here's how it works. We each get 1 minute to make our case for what needs to go. Producers will keep track of time and call out when there's 30 seconds and 10 seconds left. Let me kick it off and show you how it works. All right, ready, Tyler? My name is T.F. Madison, honey, and if I ruled the world, I would ban people who don't pay attention to the details. I am so sick of people not paying attention to the details and then having all of these major complaints, honey, when the platter is served to them exactly how it was written, it was going to be ordered. I think that people who don't read the fine print and complain about everything that they got are the people that have caused this country to be in the turmoil that it's in now. those that don't read the fine print and those that don't pay attention to the big print ahead of them. I want to ban people who just are not paying attention. And I want to ban people who are selfishly walking on this planet, are working off of privilege and have caused every other person who was paying attention to the small print and the big print harm because they just don't care because it doesn't affect them. I want to ban every bitch don't pay attention. You are banned in the United States of America, and that's my time. I yield.
All right, is it my turn?
Yeah.
All right, so this is Representative Crockett, and if there was one thing that I could ban if I ran the world, it would be racist, hateful, hypocrites. All right, so let me get into it. First of all, the racists are the ones, when we look at the numbers, absolutely are committing most of our most violent crimes. They are coming not from quote unquote Black Lives Matter. They are not coming from immigrants. They are actually coming from white supremacy groups. There are numbers and data to back me up. When we look at things like what happened in Buffalo, the Black folk just trying to go and shop for their groceries. When we look at what happened in El Paso, when they decided to shoot up folks right there at the border, at the Walmart. When we look at what happened to churchgoers that were simply trying to praise the Lord in South Carolina, or when we look at those tiki torch holding hoes, racists have always been what has ruined our country. When we look at when our country does best is when we respect everybody and we stay out of people's business. Our diversity is truly our strength. We end up with better numbers for corporations, and we end up with better environments as it relates to everybody's mental health. And so when you want to talk about, if you want to fix something, just take the hate out. And honestly, you can say that racist is synonymous for hate. And I'm going to say that they're hypocrites because at the same time that they hate our diversity, they get mad when Kendrick goes and does the Super Bowl and says, where is the diversity? So don't be hypocrites at the end of the day.
And that's the lady's time. Queen, thank you so much for being with me.
No, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for hitting me up.
Yes, I had to.
Sorry I'm the hotness, but when I see you next,
Listen.
I'm gonna be half this fine. I ain't gonna be.
But you gonna be fine. Cause listen, when we probably gonna slide. You know we gonna listen. Even if we slide Friday, and I have my people up and quarrel pointing together, and we go out and see Beyonce. Girl, I want to come see Beyonce in what
I
you
need to figure out her tour and see if I can catch her in one of the cities.
Where you live?
Between DC, Dallas, and the air.
So you live between DC and Texas.
Yes.
So I want to catch her in Texas because I want to experience her.
Yeah.
So you know I'm on Cozy. You know I'm on that song Cozy. That's me on there saying, "Oh, dog, brown, dog, beige, fluorescent beige, bitch. I'm black." That's me.
I don't know.
Yeah. So that's me doing it. So usually she brings me out, like she'll bring me like when she on the Renaissance tour. She brought me out.
I thought we going together.
She brought me to watch the show in Atlanta. I want to tell them I want to experience it.
I just got surgery.
Well, I'm gonna have to keep you posted. I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna see.
Yeah.
I'll be aware.
Yeah, and then we see if we can line up like that.
Yes.
Okay, I think about you.
Okay.
All right, then. Thank you. I love you, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Red lids are back. The toilet grants replacement. It's good on the fronts. Boys.
Yeah, that's a Sephora articles. And it's the real deal. An entire store with all the really good brands. Like, really good. Find all the best makeup, fragrance, and more at Sephora Articles.
She was super shy, and you know her, so you know she's. Oh,
yeah.
It's kind of remarkable that she still has sort of a shyness, but back then really, and she got on that stage and just became this other person. And at home around us, she was like already a little superstar because she would dance and sing and do all these things. But then when she got around other people, she would shy away and get quiet and try to be invisible somewhat. And so to see her come on that stage and be so confident and command the stage, I knew that there was something really special. That's the day that my husband at the time, Matthew, and I saw her, and we were like, who is that? Because she was a totally different person. And then when she came on stage, she became, herself again. She was like ready to go and humble. But I think that's when I knew that there was something special there. But of course, I never in my wildest dreams thought that it would be this big, her career would be this big, back then. But I think the first time I really realized I had to pitch myself was the Super Bowl, which sounds crazy, but she did the Super Bowl. I don't even know what year it was. And she sung the Star Spangled Banner. When she was a kid, she said, she looked at Whitney and said, I'm going to do that one day. And I was like, of course you are, because I always believe in encouraging them. And I said, you can do it. I mean, if you put your mind to it, you can do it. But in my real mind, you say, I want to encourage my kid, but that's pretty far fetched. And then the day, for some reason, that she did the Super Bowl at Houston, I could not stop crying. Because I said, she really manifested this from 7 years old, that she would be doing this one day, and she's doing it. So that was the first time I really said, this girl, she's already big, but she's going to be huge.
Even bigger. I remember watching a documentary about her, and because this is about you. This is why I want to talk to you about it. I remember watching a documentary, and in the documentary, it stated that you and your husband at the time, Matthew, sold your house, sold y'all, just sold everything, just gave everything up, and was like, we're gonna go 100 miles an hour into this because I believe that's right. As a mom, because the name of your book is matriarch. So this is why so as the matriarch of the family, you were 10 toes, you didn't have any doubts or any reservations or anything. You just was like, we just gonna sell it all.
At that point, the group had been around she had been in this singing group, and they were really, really young. Like, she started in the singing group at 9. Most people get in it when they're in the teenager years, but she was very young. But I have to give the credit for just the pushing to my ex-husband, because he always said, they're going to get a record deal, they're going to be huge. And it wasn't that I wasn't believing. I believed in my kid, and I believed in her talent, and I believed in what she did. But it wasn't because it was entertainment. He was very attracted to entertainment. I was not. If my daughter wanted to be a tennis player, I would have been like, I'll sell whatever I have and follow her to the ends of the earth to make it happen. But, he was very attracted to the entertainment. I was kind of scared of the entertainment. Because, it's just scary. It's a lot. It'll chew you up and spit you out.
Yes.
If you don't have a good foundation and other people around you.
And see, Mama, you are very fashionable. I look at you, baby, listen, there's so much going on in here today, shoes and rings and mugs and, this a fashionista. You made all of their garments, you made all of their things. You were the creator, basically, of the house of Darian. You and Uncle Johnny.
Uncle Johnny. Well, me and Uncle Johnny was all about fashion. We lived and breathed fashion every day. And so, I was a hairstylist, but I also sold, me and Johnny made all our clothes in high school. And he made clothes for other people. But when the girls started, I would go and shop at, there was a place called King's Flea Market in Houston. And it was basically a big flea market in an old deserted mall. And it was very good. but we got the best fashions from there. And I would buy all the fake cross-color little outfits, and then I would redo them, like cut them and mix them up, and some of the things we made from scratch. But Johnny was always helping me do those things because he was, I call Johnny. It's funny. I talk about him in the book. Then we did a photo shoot one day for the local newspaper, and people came to the house, and I was trying to get back home from the salon, and my kids had on these beautiful dresses, and the reporter said, "Oh, your dresses are so pretty," and they said, "Johnny made them." And they said, "Oh, who decorated? I mean, who did all these Christmas decorations? Johnny did them." Well, something smells good. Who's cooking? Johnny cooking. So when I got home, they said, "Oh, we just been hearing so much about your husband, Johnny." And I said, "Well, actually, Johnny is my wife." And the lady was like, "Oh, we didn't know that we were doing it, and we were couple." And I was like, no, Johnny is my nephew, but he makes things so nice for me so that I can go to work all day and come home and know that my kids are taken care of. But anyway, Johnny was like, he just made everything work for me.
Yeah. So I printed out the excerpt that you sent over for me to read, which I'm very excited for the book. It's called Matriarch. I read some excerpts that you said it was summer of 1995. And you said we were so busy traveling that it was easy for Johnny to hide that he was getting sick. He began having episodes where he acted erratic, which made him withdraw more from family. And then he was hospitalized, and Selena found out. Johnny was her heart and best friend. She called me immediately, and I caught the next flight to be with her. The diagnosis was AIDS-related to which was causing a sort of delirium and paranoia. Mrs. Johnny had always been thin, but now he was very thin and wasted. TV, he said. The doctors are trying to do stuff to me. They said I have AIDS. At first, I tried to soothe him, but he would get frustrated. He preferred badass TV, his protector. Who said that? Everybody at the show. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're listening to me. Oh, they are? This was blood curses at me that made Johnny smile, feeling a savage rhythm as I read these poor, innocent doctors to filth, cursing their every flaw, real and imagined, to start him laughing, that beautiful laugh until he forgot he was so mad he was safe to him. So, when you found out at that time that his diagnosis was AIDS, during that time of year, people were very touchy. You couldn't, he just said it, or he would do something and had it. I get it, how like, why would you touch it? Would you eat all the food? And you rushed immediately. You held him, touched him, laughed and talked with him. And even when you got to the hospital, there were other people there. You could, what gave you the fearlessness to go in? Was it just pure love?
It was pure love. I mean, he was my best friend. So, and just to know that, we had kind of been estranged a little bit before that, because my best friend, and I'll give you the context, my best friend had kind of like taken him away from me. And that just meant that Johnny and I fell out over, his new friend. And I didn't like him, I didn't trust him, and so we fell out, and he wound up going to work for my really good friend. And so they became my best friend. So, and she was my good friend, but I didn't see him as much, and I was traveling with the girls, so we were not as close as we used to be. But he was the closest person in the world to me growing up, and my best friend. So I didn't even think about all of that other stuff. I just wanted to be there for him. And, you know, back then, as soon as somebody told me somebody had AIDS, like you thought that they were going to die the next week. And he didn't. You know, he got better. He was in the hospital. That's how we found out. He got on medicine, but not the kind of medicine that, you know, he missed that whole boat with things got to the point where people live with HIV.
Yeah, now.
Yeah, but back then, you know, it was a death sentence.
Yes.
And so I was like, I don't know how much time I have, and I don't have time to think about that, you know. And I don't know. I never even thought about the fact that I could catch it. None of my family did, because we loved us in Jack.
Yeah.
Like from day one.
And also, in reading this, he loved the girl so much, and he put the poster, yes, he shot posted up, and he was looking at it, it's like, dude, they talking about me.
Yeah. That was later. That was when he was in the hospital. And I put the poster up for him because he was so proud of them and so excited about their success. But he would just get these things and he was like, they laughing at me, take it down. And you know, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I got up and took it down and I turned it to the back, and then the next day he was like, all these bitches took my poster down. And I'm like, yeah, they did. And I just went and got it and put it back up, you know? So, yeah, Johnny was a character.
Yes.
I want to make some
And
mayonnaise.
what's so amazing about
I'll make some tuna.
and I read here that you went to a listening party with Jay-Z.
It was just at their house in Manhattan, a bunch of people were over there and they were just listening to the record.
Yeah.
And she saved it, because, you know, I always hear a lot of the record, but that particular song, I heard it, but not with that part on it. And I wasn't even really paying attention to the words. I was just kind of jamming to the music, and Jay was like, Mom, did you hear that? And I was like, and I listened to it. You know, I was laughing and crying, dancing, laughing and crying at the same time, because it was such a tribute to him. And, you know, my kids would not be the artists they are without Jack. Because all that house music and him dancing and, you know, his style, everything that they are is a part of what he was. You know, because he was
Oops.
there.
Did I give y'all little booty cheeks?
Yeah, at home when I wasn't there. And
Some more.
Drag Kings Casino Way.
Queen.
This program is intended for informational purposes only and does not contain medical advice.
Clean and transparent.
Are we ready to eat? Yeah, you ready? I'm ready. So I know what seat you got.
Nate Evans or Tony Braxton?
I look out for them.
I know you fucking buzzard.
For you to think you're better than anybody. I ain't going to go to this.
There was no moment. There was no plan. I just want to be your presidential. I want you to put your body on. I don't want you to have that. I am like a little kid, like awkward. Like I didn't have a bond actually. I actually had a busted ass big in a fan pack when we first met. Okay. No one cares. No one cares like that. So you sound like this. Well, I always like. I'm not always like anything. Now my I feel like you're always like. I want to talk in my and I can argue, but I don't follow your ideas because I follow mine. I don't be on your body. I try to follow you. Yes. Okay, so don't come me. You'll be put to bed. When you and I, Evelyn, started hanging out, I liked you for you. You had laughed. You were hanging out. Didn't you say? How we ended up? I don't know. You know where we left and where when you talk about my daughter. Don't say it's coming from her. I really understand that I said some things to you, and I understand that I called you a bitch in front of your daughter, and you didn't like it. So I apologize for calling you a bitch in front of Shanice. But I want an apology from you for calling me a bitch tonight. And I said that to you. As far as apologizing, I already did that a million times. And until I see Shanice in my face, that's when I'll look at that woman and say, I want her. And if I never do, how disrespectful you are, see? See how disrespectful she is? And I apologize because you said that was your biggest problem was the whole Chinese thing. So all that you're feeling, it won't be in mine either. Because you're a non-factor. I'm not that motherfucker now, Tammy. I really will.
The world feels a little heavy. Sometimes you just need to unplug and play. For me, cozy gaming is so much more than just a hobby. It's my favorite form of self-care. It's taking a moment in my day to clear my mind and calm the chaos. Mental health matters, so go find your cozy escape.
When you're working on cars as much as I do, doing what matters most to me, that's trust. What sets and dance apart is the people. They don't just hand me parts. They help me get back on the road. They've always got the right parts.
One thing about Tandy Roman, and I am speaking in third person about my mother, I am a very loyal person. Because if anybody decides to come to Jackie Christie, I would bust her. And you already know what I'm doing. She know better than why she did that. Jackie, you know I'm gonna let you go. You know I'm right here. You know what, bitch? You what, bitch? The bitch is what? I will not disrespect your daughter. She has nothing to do with it. It's done. I am living. I can't even breathe right now. I can't breathe. You know what I'm talking about? You win. You fight now. I'm talking about it because she has. Let's go. You can. She needs a moment. Let's go. Bitch, you ain't I dare you, Sam. No. Can you like just stop? Don't go. Don't tell this. That's all you gotta do. Just let me talk to her. You always ruin your baby's life. I swear on my daughter's life that nobody even knew who you was. Like I wasn't starting you everybody dying. Like you did not like research who Sue was with. It was like you didn't even exist. I'm certainly not gonna let you sleeping with him mean something to me.
That wasn't the issue. What's that bitch's room number? I might tell you. No, you need to tell me on Friday. Hotel manifest. Check it. She tell me what she did is she put the whole bitch. Her ass up. I tried to apologize to that for you. Heard me do it. And I'm telling you that. I know that's your friend. That bitch is crazy. No, I'm telling you, Shawnee, you better go get that bitch and bring her here. Oh, no, that's what yeah. This is what I'm saying. You are not like the bitch. Oh, all along. You're gonna tell me that you slept with my ex-husband and that I was obsolete, that I didn't matter. That is disrespectful. Let that bitch go. I have never, in my 40 years of being on this earth, allowed anyone to disrespect me. I know my shoe, right? That's why you would say sorry on my face. Time to say sorry. They always say sorry. Even that hey, everybody look at me. I've been abused. She's playing a game and took a man's career down. And I don't support that. And so yes, I'm speaking the truth. That makes you honest. I felt that she had just displayed the ultimate form of betrayal in terms of what I thought our friendship was developing into. I thought everything was cool. I'm sitting up here saying nice things about her, trying to be cool with her, being a friend to her, not disrespecting her. It's worried about myself like that. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. Looking like a crackhead. You're looking like a crackhead these days. You look like I am a restaurant. I will talk about you. What are you talking about? Everybody said, no, you are. Girl, bye. Take a vitamin. You look like an idiot. Legs look like two mother candlesticks burning in a goddamn sun. You're dirty. You're dirty. You're dirty to even bring up my domestic violence. Oh, you're dirty. Run with that. No, you brought it up. You brought it up. It's okay. I would be hating to. You always have a problem with red. No, I have a problem with you. Everybody has a problem with you, Lily. Then there's that girl. Why? Why? Because the 25th anniversary. Let's share that BET Awards 2025. Live Monday to tonight at 8 on.
Okay, so keeping it real. Today you kind of surprised me on the whole Evelyn rant. We were talking about what happened and we shared with her what you said about her. Apparently you had a lot to say.
Like I said, no, I wasn't a people. They were just not. Like I said before, I don't remember. Wait,
I want to hear it. It's nothing new. If you're evil, then you can run your own little bitch. Yes, because you know what, Evelyn? I've never had anything against you. What? You just love me, bitch. Oh, okay, 60 years this person is all time. Well, I'll say like this. I don't like you. Yeah, I don't like you. I love your ways. Like, I don't like anything what you stand for. So, all right, well, there it is. I don't have an issue with you. I do still think that you lose your pictures, but it's my opinion. Oh, my God. Or ever passionate. Oh, God. You know what? You're not going to be enough.
speak for herself. You know why? I don't care anymore. I don't care. She doesn't care. You don't care. I'm sick and tired of being everybody's doormat, Mr. Nice Guy. I have had it with everyone. She was retweeted. People were saying about you. No, I never retweeted anything. I never retweeted anything about men. I'm asking you, why are you on Twitter tweeting my soon-to-be ex-husband and following him? So what? I got nothing against there at all. She brought up something because she wanted to. Why did you spread it to her? No, I'm not saying you wanted to. Like I said, no, last one, after the other, you don't want me to get off this. I was saying that you don't want to get off my list. I'm worried about everybody. I can get off too. Don't call me, I'm off. Bitch, you're the bitch. You're wrong. Okay? Bitch, I have a book out. Really? Look, and you're a hoe. And you're a hoe. And you're a hoe too. I know. Play me too. No, sweetheart. I actually make out mine. I know that. And I can too. You told me it was. Because you won't. Finally, a bully is being put in her place and she can't even understand what the f is going on. Priceless. That was about finish your ball. Don't teach your ass. Where she at? What did I say? What did she up on? What did I say? Shut up. Oh no, y'all gonna catch it today. I'm not gonna stop no one now. Since you wanna be in that weight class, you wanna be in this weight class, never be. Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, you're right. You're below me. No, I'm not below you. Just like your baby daddy, all canceled. One bitch, if security didn't come out with a flush in my face. Like, that's how angry I was the entire time that I was sitting here. Oh, God. Job, bitch, get a job. Everybody ugly. Ugly. I know that bitch. Ugly. Ocho people want me. Ocho people want me. Girl, God. Okay. I don't have anything to prove to anybody. But you look up and tell your film. It's cool. I don't give a damn. And guess what? I'm still being and then it's fine. Everybody thinks they know. Whatever. And guess what? You want to hide how many people on this season? So keep your legs closed. Stop. Ocho was in my damn daddy, boo. Honey, your ex-husband wanted to get with me. So for you to call me ugly, what does that say about you? I'm your favorite athlete's favorite athlete. That's what I'm telling you. The first day, when I'm there in Howell, there is money on me. One that tired ass bitch. I got kids. I got family. I got kids. I got it. Evelyn's screaming at me, pounding her totally normal. I'm calm, responding, and I'm aggressive. Get all muddled hands. Guess what? Until you build up yourself in a more civilized manner, and until your vocabulary is more than profanity, we can't have an intelligent conversation. Next. I don't know if this is going to get that. I think you call her bitch, call her now. She did all that stuff. She said, bitch, she'll take care of it. And that part I did. And I'm glad I did. Terry wants to talk about that Amy had said that bothered her, but now that she wants to talk about this, let's talk about this bothering her. Between you and me, it went from 0 to 1,000, right? With the whole Kenny thing. The perception was, I had an affair with your husband, Chucky's. Very cute that night, sweet girl, and I will not go her to do this. But Evelyn, she okay. Kenny, I am not even serious. So I think she wants to be part of my marriage and my life. No, she never got. She wants to be part of my marriage and my life. Okay. So you can want to get married. I don't know that I had a thing. Without knowing
doesn't matter. It doesn't. I did call her a non-holy factor because she was a non-holy factor. I never just thought like this. She is talking. And that's what it is. I would be disrespectful. How would she want to? I never put her kid in it. I ain't over here telling her. I heard things like Chinese is available. What's available? You know when you build them up and when they build them and all this stuff.
Like JK, but like maybe not. But thank you for watching. But you ain't have to do your phone with something to say. You're so upset. But that's not okay because I was right because mom, because I said what I said. I got to think about you. Miss Winky's not her. Miss Winky's not her.
It's strange to me that she was surely on my bandwagon when she wanted to produce the video. Right now, there are no videos by African Americans that target other people that want to build their posterior. And I think it can be really profitable. Yes, and for her to say she has such a wonderful distribution deal, but hers is in the same place as mine. But you get nothing else from me today. Goodbye. Don't make me call Portia. 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 Portia.
It's better for me to call.
Portia. Portia. Portia.
It's better for me to call.
Portia. 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 First of all, my distribution deal is with the same people who distributed Bethany Frankel's videos. Yeah, it's one of the top 10. We'll see, because when you were with me, you said, oh, I can put you here, there. You couldn't go this far about it. We did get an offer from one of the largest home video distribution companies that's out there. I think it's a good offer, and it definitely shows us what it's like out there in terms of interest in the video, which is exceptionally well. This sounds like a whole bunch of hocus pocus.
The reality is it's a one-day shoot with them and nobody does it. There's been played if we had a 4-camera setup. I told her we could get by with 3 cameras, but they got, a set for $7,000 and we the exercise.
I'm a good producer, and I said things to make you feel better about the product that you were trying to shove down the consumer's throat.
This workout video. And her audience is women just like me. They want a light workout. You need somebody to shoot it for you.
Well, you don't have a full service production company.
And you too. And it doesn't work out video, but it's, I mean, I'm on your feet. It can't be that hard. It's just hard enough for that. Yes. Oh, it is. I love it.
I'm excited. I get to work with people that are incredible. And the business acumen.
I was shopping, honey. Unlike you, I have all real reviews.
You have reviews from your eclectic fans. Like that.
Who are you?
I have a production, a full
And most
production.
of them are the ones.
Oh, where you think of the whole Kenya, so Kenya was on the show in this apartment, and all of a sudden it's visit from a home on television. I mean, what happened? You guys are
making good, you're making good money. I guess it's the video artist. It's really today. Wow.
It's just court, limited, content, right? Something like what happened? I got a kid trying to kick him more. It's fine and good. It's working out for me.
Just like moving took your ratings down. Fake reviews being submitted. The actual DVDs are being released.
The truth is the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, and the words of reviews.
The truth is the numbers speak for themselves. Whatever.
Twirl on that.
Yes, I will twirl on that. Just give me a minute, okay?
Yeah, come on. And then Kenya, and I like her, but at the end of the day, if you're not the original, you're not the original. I mean, there can only be one thing, there can only be one jelly. Everything else is just gelatin and toilet paper.
I'm going to take right to ask y'all a question. If you had to do a Halloween birthday present, and it involved 2 of your friends, being 2.
What's your favorite?
What did she get?
And for birthday present, tree.
Guess what?
What's she doing up there?
You I just found it. It was shot. It was shot.
Mommy, shoes, you show me your service. But please don't put your paws on Holly, because I don't have an issue with that.
I ain't in there. Keep going to the so I get my head down, honey. All that stuff like that. So now, come on, take that hand. I'm mad. Listen, we don't always. Yeah, we're going on. I ain't it was so funny. Whatever it was, you were offended with it. Not right. Okay, all right. She is sensitive. It was so funny. Not playing with my husband. That ain't fine. What is going on?
Everybody knows that it is inappropriate to be touching anybody's man, let alone theirs. Oh my God. She has just pushed it to the limit.
You go and say all kind of crazy shit about me, and you sit up and laugh like it's nothing.
What's going on here?
Hey, what's up? I don't like stuff like that. I don't think I was flirty with Apollo. I hope I wasn't, but there's no shame in my game. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
Come on, Captain. You don't have no thinking. Look up.
Well, nasty, you know what, Kathy?
Somebody might like it.
Don't look like Boston.
People talk about it.
Walter's dining over. You're not dating anymore?
So long broken up. Okay. That was from 8 months ago, and that breakup happened. People are not happy with. Is it hard to watch now?
That was a real makeup of a real.
Oh, absolutely. It's hard to watch it. Absolutely. It was, honestly, I look like a woman that's just getting married. I was, like I'm pushing someone, and that's kind of who I am. And but I have to say this. I have learned from my mistakes. Listen to the warning signs, and you have to pay attention to what's active and not what they're saying. So you're single. For the men out there, you're single. Okay, single and ready to mingle.
This is Gary with the T, and here's some tea for you. I'm sitting here in front of the man from Real Housewives of Atlanta. Y'all, man, give it up, y'all. For Mr. Walter Jackson. Now, Walter, we'll come to like you on the show Real Housewives of Atlanta. And we're going to give you the influence of the woman South Korean girl. Okay, now, Walter, now, so you are the boyfriend of Miss Kitty Moore. Okay, so story about your family. Tell us what happened. Your most selfish stuff. Just tell us. Why are you getting every time? The only reason I'm here today, I didn't come here to protect my family. Okay. But I didn't know I was going to be so popular as far as doing the show. We don't have to be so handsome. Thank you. But the thing was. That's what you said. That's what you Sorry. But you did date all three years. You stopped talking, stopped kind of then all of a sudden they go this year and you stepped to me and said, hey, what do you think about me on a reality show? I said, I'm not quite sure about that. You heard those things. Exactly. So what I did, I said, wait, let me get back with you. Tomorrow or something. So I called them, about 3 months. They was like, man, you're going to be on there with this USA. Hey, get your booking with this money. So that's what I did. I said, okay, I'm not your boyfriend. But that's what I did. So like your boyfriend. So it's not my boyfriend. Absolutely. What parts do you regret the most? Like, what makes you regret this decision? Yeah, I guess you see this stuff. I was a younger woman, getting more gets done by Michael Jackson. I think she had to respond to that. Her thing was saying, hey, you don't want me? Yeah. And that's why I got to get something. Because at the day she said communication because it didn't want her. And she must have did something like that when she did unfollow while you were just saying it. But I was like, what is wrong with him? I'm like, come on, just sit there and just let her get dunked in the pool. Now, what being touched on and then rubbed on him? Well, it didn't matter to me. So the thing, the first thing about here is, I help you, and now you're going to bash me, trying to throw me in the bus, because now you're looking bad. You made yourself look bad on the show. So you're traditionally, are you breaking a rule by coming forward and saying that the boyfriend girlfriend thing was staged? No, I'm not breaking anything. I'm not trying to say get any parts of the show.
Marina from Sunnyvale, California said, Kenya, where is Roy? We've seen more of his restaurant than we've seen of him this year. Did he not want to be on the show?
Well, I think after he heard that someone, Marlo, said that Alabama and then saying that he popped her cherry, it was a really big turn off for him.
So I was asking what you wear. He said the nice suit is
So I think he's trying to make it something.
right.
Yeah. So, and I should ask him, I mean, I can talk to Robert, right? Because that is the right thing. Everyone was calling him like, hey,
Well, if it was in a commercial, then the show would already wrapped.
it was in the Super Teams.
But when the Super Cheese comes out, we're already wrapped.
He had heard about what we talked about too. And then when the Super Teams came out, it was a really big turnout. Again, he's classy and never say anything that would offend someone. But he was very, very upset that she was saying that he didn't talk. She was talking longer. She was like, yeah, we would have said something else. I didn't talk to him. He didn't talk. I wanted to show his face. What
What was your reaction? I'm a performer. I am not immune to people talking bad about me.
He's got personality. He would have to. He's married to Kim. That is a weird couple. I'm sorry. He had a lot of personality. He a good man.
When it comes to who I am as a man, that's what I know. And that's what I know my wife knows. So security.
I know y'all have heard the rumors. Where's the rumor? I told you Christy.
No, Tim, I think one of the madison.com, you said, I sincerely hope that Kenya gets the help she needs. Expand.
Well, I think it's unfortunate that someone would just out and out lie.
The industry. Where did you get that from? I have been in Hollywood for 20 years. I have worked with her when she was on Living Single, honey. He's corporate. And I'm not talking about Green Company.
When you choose to attempt to assassinate a person's character for no reason and do it behind their back was disgusting.
For the last 10 years, there have been pervasive rumors about his husband, whether it's Tootie and Fruity or Kim and Christy.
First of all, when you say that I lied, you're lying. Because I never lied. I didn't make up the rumor. I brought up the fact that the rumors existed. Each and every woman here had their laughter, fun, and whatever that was, except for Cynthia. I didn't say anything about that.
Well, he told me that he's a Broadway actor. But was he
and living single 20 years ago in Hollywood, they were calling him that. I said, I worked with you before. You used your time on living single and your years in Hollywood to try to validate what you were saying. That's why I said 10 years. So you were young man. Because 10 years ago, I went home living single.
Go to this lunch, right, where you're gonna meet Kenya.
Yes.
You're anticipating this meeting. What were your expectations?
Okay, so now it like trickled down. Candy had brought back this gig, and they were like, Kenya's gonna kill people. And I'm like, what? So I did. Yeah, I never thought it was gonna be this huge thing, but okay. So we go into this thing, and they're like, just talk about it. Cynthia at this point now is like, I think you guys should be friends. You should just talk about it. I'm like, I'm fine to talk about it. Like, great. So I thought we were gonna go there, and it was gonna be like, I'm really sorry that I didn't give you back your wig, and it was not what I thought was gonna happen. Oh, is there something? Yes. Oh, wonderful. Right. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Since Tanya clearly came for me and I didn't sit for her, I sit for the cookie lady, and now she's here for Tanya.
But I certainly don't take back the fact that I brought the cookie lady to that table to get, her rendition of what the story is.
What is your name? Because we're going to hear a cookie lady. Tiana. Okay.
She was apparently upset after a conversation we had in Toronto. As I said earlier, but I don't know. I was told the information. So if you want to know, you can ask me some way. Oh, this is such a nice arrangement of you.
Well, the next level was when the cookie lady came in. I'm going to bring an actual woman to around our room. Was like very new and very to me. It was definitely lovely. I'm jumping.
I heard your feeling. I mean, I'm a her. It's the same as what we had talked about. Now there is here. If there was something going on about your man, you would want to know, and you said yes. And so, and guess what? It wasn't.
It wasn't nothing because of the fact that we didn't continue on. But
Girl, we had a conversation at the bar. I was just like, keep your cool. Keep your cool. Because I was like, this is kind of pathetic.
What did you think of her story? What did you think of her?
I actually, here's the craziest thing. It was so weak. I don't know if I said it, but I was like, why are you here? Like, why are you here? Because she could have, like I said, she could have said, she would lie, she would have said anything. And she basically was like, exposed herself for, oh, well, a bunch of guys bought me and my sister drinks. Thirsty. And, there was conversation back and forth. And I gave him my card, he accepted it. And that was really it. Like, there was no numbers exchanged. He didn't take her number. I was like, that's your story? Really? And you came on national television? So I'm actually, in a way, I'm like, great. It's like the stupidest, weakest story. And let me tell you one thing. I said this over and over to all the other girls. I go, let me tell you something. If anyone tried to do that on your Mr. Michael Sterling or Mr. Todd Tucker, you would have literally ripped them in. Oh, no, Katie was just gone. Like, run somebody. Like, that was dragging in this thing. Well, like, no, there is no way. So, yeah.
So that could not have been me.
I have like some real badass ladies that I feel like I channeled in that moment, and I was like,
Yeah, you would have had to.
yeah.
You did it. After that, I probably would have. Like, why would I be doing
Yeah, I just kind of was like,
Yeah,
okay.
why?
And I was like, you thought this was okay. Like, you orchestrated this, you put intentional time and effort into doing this, and you thought this was okay. I was just like, why would you do this?
Where are you been doing?
I've been okay.
It's been rough, but I feel like the hardest part is behind us.
So what's up with you, Brett? I mean, last time.
Oh my God.
Look, huh? You always say Hollywood. No, this is real life. This is real life. This is real life. I don't play your type of game. We don't be respectful.
When I met you at Kirby Yama, I
I thought you were cool.
Exactly, that's my point. I thought you were cool, but I felt like when she's around the group, she wants to kind of put on a little bit. So yeah, tell me what was really going on at the table? It's like you just kept going on and on and on. And she definitely, I will say this, I am not a fan of that people.
I hate that.
So with Kenny at the table,
table, even when it was my turn, I had the paper, and I told her, she cut me off being clear.
She said that you said something about a pistol. When we were headed to take her home, then she were asking her, like, are you sure? And she was like, no, I heard it with my own ears. And she was,
I'll tell you what happened.
afraid. Okay, she was afraid.
Caitlin from East Rockaway, New York said, Kim, when you went back to Chris after Kenya pulled your chair out, you seemed completely distraught. Did you feel like these women finally broke you?
No, I'm so grateful that I'm married to somebody that understands how to soothe his wife. My elevator doesn't go down to the floor. Oh, let's get up and I can't believe the award. You didn't pull your chair, please. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Everyone has a breaking point. They may be the most quiet, the most shy. I'm talking about they may be the most quiet, and all of it may be but everyone they will have like this wrong with you. This person is breaking point. You just have to have this reaction in reserve.
What are you in this for your own? Whatever you want.
I will get with competition together. You know, so people need to know on this stage, don't come for me unless I send for you. Well, you better get more than that saying if you want to have a fight with me. Don't be disrespectful, because you will be picking up your teeth on the floor, cranking it on, okay? Don't go there with me. I might just have to bring out my firearm.
Oh, that's not you. I love you. Didn't know you had that kind of quality.
Now, if a donkey is feeling froggy and they want to leave, they will leave all the way to the emergency room. Because they just got shot in the hand. I was triggered by everything that was going on in that moment. That just popped off with Kenya. Plus, I'm in this environment. I'm in a lot of situations that I never put myself in.
It all could be in the moment. Like, it's my heated moment, okay? My heated moment at Shamia's house. And we get to the elevator, and I'm like, I wish I had my pistol.
But still, like, confused about like what happened. I thought the night was going really well. I was laughing. We talked about my big vagina. It was all great, you know? It was fine. And
But that
then,
was that. It definitely took a left turn.
yeah, it was great. Talking, let somebody have it. I mean, that's who I am when I feel provoked. But what I don't want anybody to think that I was trying to intimidate Kenya. I would never in any form, shape, anything would want her to feel that I would want to harm her. Just period. I have no problem telling her that.
I need to get everybody's attention, please. Stop and sing, guys. I need everybody's attention, please. I want to tell you guys, I'm so happy that you guys came. This has been a labor of love for me. I have built this salon for my daughter, and I'm really proud of where I am. And I get people trying to bring me down for no reason. You always get Hollywood. No, this is real life. This is real life. This is real life. I don't play your type of games. We don't be respectful. And she came for me. Surprises. Surprises. Give me your address, please.
The same girl. Oh, I'm not doing this. He's getting all down the list, the fillers, all that shit. It's like that. Oh, it is great. That's number one.
Tell me the reaction in the room and your reaction to Kenya's pulling out the poster board.
Yeah, so oh, no, you put me in a hot seat.
Yeah.
I did not know where the presentation was going, to be honest. All there to support her, so we just, honestly, I just didn't see it coming, to be honest. I felt like it took the focus from my character spot.
Which is beautiful.
which is amazing, right? Which is amazing to this kind of dark movement. Like, I can't, like, I'm still in shock that this happened. I'm gonna deal with all this.
That's crazy.
I spent $250 on flowers for her.
What did the card from your flowers that Kelly tried to say?
I had a personal conversation with her to say, hey, I'm sorry. I wish I would have never done it. And, you know, let's try to move forward. And so that was just really it. I wanted her to know how genuine I was because I made a mistake. So as I'm walking out the door, you bring out some billboards of me naked and trying to like talk about what work I had done. Like,
always bring up my
Card.
Do you want the description transaction on property? Yes, I do. Can you give me a description of the residence and above that part? I think that's anymore. Yes. Like, detail, you can do, home, and, contact, get friends. She said he's the one who got wrong, that she was, she said
She tried it or she knew?
well, I haven't had any classes or anything. Myself, and then they over there, when they're talking about that serious stuff, so don't go there. Don't go there. She done had the boom stuff, oh, stop that, can you? Excuse me, don't have about 7 times the last time, stop that. My woman's fast and strong.
fast and strong.
Okay, like, lopsided. I'm engaged. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you behind those duck lips. Oh, okay, bitch. How did I get it? Did I fall down?
Oh.
Yeah, you do, but you can fix up fake booty.
You think Morgan's gonna get this up and girl?
You shouldn't get kicked out. What they need to do is kick your fake booty out.
You tried to publicly humiliate me in front of 200 people on the mic. On the mic.
At
And
one
for her salon, for her event,
Yes, the salon
dedicated to her kids. There were camera crews there. There were everybody in the audience had their phones out.
How do you think people would have reacted if say
You know what? I felt she wanted me to be at that event, considering she never uninvited me.
Okay.
And the fact that she conjured up these images, photos, went to Kinko, printed them out. It's like, see, it's the spirit of media. She thinks this is okay. I haven't slept since. And I'm constantly reminded. And everything that I feel, everything that I worked so hard for, everything is overshadowed by all of this online. Everything.
What was your reaction when you found out what happened?
I couldn't believe it because I came in there wanting to be apologetic and give her flowers and give her a nice hug. I wanted to read it and I left. And just to know that everybody started screaming, and I had perfect emotion of everybody like running out of the door. And I'm like, what's happening? What's happening? And Kelly was just like, you'll never believe this woman put poster boards of the most nastiest, vile things ever. I mean, she came from my marriage. She called me, all types of very nasty names. And she showed explicit photos. This was her big moment. So for her, it's this big moment to attack me and to humiliate me. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was devastated. I cried. I had to talk to a few just, It overshadows everything.
Feel like she took it too far. I don't agree with it, so I want you to know that. But I feel like if you can get to a point where you guys understand you both were wrong in the situation and have a conversation.
I'm already admitted my bad. Right, okay. I don't feel comfortable even wanting to be in the same room as her. I cannot.
Anything else you want to say with regard to everything that went down?
At the end of the day, I was targeted. That's how I feel with Kenya. And she wanted to trigger me. She wanted me to do something nasty. She wanted me to react. And because I left people all of that happened, she would get the reaction she wanted. And she played it on piano. Right. Take me to the salon. I'm all proud to be on to open this new business. Yeah. And no one is talking about opening this business. They are reporting. And overshadowed it. You overshadowed it. Yeah, this is what happened. You're saying you have pictures of yes. Okay, let me tell you what happened. So from that night where all of this stuff happened and there were threats in my direction. And I felt very concerned. I told the producers I'm concerned, I'm scared. And I kind of feel like they said, oh, we'll take care of it. And it didn't feel like it was taken care of. They actually made me feel like I was being like a black Karen. Like here Kenny goes again. Nothing really happened. They were joking or something. I don't take threats for the way that I felt. You can't invalidate my feelings. It was a real concern for me. I'm a single mom with a beautiful child. If anything happened to me, no one was there for her. You felt threatened by the actions that happened. Yes. And she repeatedly said, or it was said, that you don't know who I am. So I didn't feel like I was being protected, and I took matters into my own hands when I did my research on her. I found a lot of information, especially in the explicit world, with a few clicks, with people helping me. I didn't get things sent to me, photos or videos that I did see, allegedly that were her. And I said, okay, if no one else is going to step up for me and protect me, I'm going to protect myself and I'm going to tell everyone what I found out about her. It's a mystery. And before I joined Housewives of any franchise, 5 years in, we made up the term receipt, right? If you find dirt on someone or somebody's messing with you, you come back with what? A receipt. I found a valid receipt found on the internet. So you knew that all of this reporting. Yes, it was during the taping. Everyone signed waivers. It was during the taping. I didn't stand out on the corner, posting anything. It was during the taping. And even with nudity that has happened on the show, they blur things out. So at the end of the day, I knew that they would likely blur it out because whatever it was that I found, they didn't like the receipt. It was explicit. And they didn't like, I found a lot, but I only showed one. So after the salon, you have images up that you say you found on your own. I pulled them out. Because they were up. At some point, you pulled them out. That was one part of it, yes. But they're up. Yes, okay. And it was not assumed that they would be blurred out when this aired. Of course they would. They can't show it. They can't show it. Yeah. Were you building a moment in that and the other person was trying to make a name for themselves allegedly? Were you trying to have a junior moment doing this and it backfired? I don't think that it's a tender moment. I live my truth. You're the shade assassin. I'm the shade assassin, but my moment is my life. You know what I mean? So I don't need to create a moment. That's your decision. I know, again, we have a lot of friends in common, and I know how TV works. I know how to produce this show. And I was surprised by the level of aggression because that didn't seem like you. Listen, in hindsight is always 50-50. And if I can do it all over again, I believe the photos were very distasteful, and I elevated the situation. I elevated situations before, and I've taken full accountability for the things I've done. I am sorry for what I did. I didn't have to take it that far. But when I felt threatened, I've never had a child in a situation like this before. So that's why I escalated it to the point where I was protecting not only myself, but my child.
You're not talented. You don't need to be on anyone else's TV screen doing anything other than look like a complete fool. If you could act, if you could dance, if you were pretty,
the shop.
Oh, listen, instead of
That was haters.
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't because she's a caricature. No one wants to hire a caricature. They want to hire someone like you, Candy, who can actually act and sing. Might not be able to dance, but I actually dance the part. Right? You're a pretty girl, you know, and you can cross over into all these other general markets and be the star that you are. Where else can you go in that modeling? Where else can you go with that accent? Where else can you go with that attitude? Nowhere. It's you.
That was harsh.
What happened is that Brent made a comment at the end of last week's episode, like, I haven't gotten a whip or something like that. I saw that. And on this week's episode, they all said to Brent that you can't say that shit. And she was like, yeah, you're right, you know, whatever. She shows up to Kenya's opening of her gorgeous salon, which is beautiful. The Kenya has worked so hard on it. Then she dedicated to her daughter. And it's this big event opening it with all these people there. And Britt comes in and brings her flowers and says, I want to apologize to you, and a note. And Kenya totally ignores her, like totally. And Britt's like, okay, I'm just going to leave these here. And Britt leaves. And then Kenya gets up and makes her whole opening about someone came after me that they shouldn't have. And I started looking at who this woman is, and this is who she is. And she started showing pictures of her.
Like poster board.
And this is like one of the pictures is her vantage point. One of the pictures is her oral sex. Yeah. And so, and the Atlanta Housewives were like, we're out, you know, like, the place like clears out. Yeah. And so, and then and Cynthia said, all the time on the show, this is the lowest I've ever seen anything. And so that's what, you know, show that says Bravo stuff and we were getting after.
You know, they say that, you know, there's all this talk of, you know, actually Me Too movement. It's like, if you show someone a dick pic or a nude pic without them saying, yes, I would like to see that right now, that's like sexual assault. Yes, Lord.
Well, I was gonna say, the bad part of it, the sad part of it, is that, like you said, it was Kenya's opening of her store that she worked so hard for, and it has been Kenya Moore hair care for years. It was like a big moment for her, and she should have been celebrating herself, but instead she used the time to like do revenge porn and bring somebody else down. And at the end of the day, it was such a bad look for Kenya. She sabotaged herself in her business.
What do you think? Jonah from Minneapolis, what did you think?
Yeah, I just saw the crowd of not only wanting to live in all housewives that left after Kenya showed it. It was so trashy. And it was so negative and ugly. And I don't know, I think a few years ago, not all the wives would have left after that, but I'm really proud that they all left. And, you know, Brynn didn't even comment over nothing with, I don't know, I didn't feel like it was totally like, I'm going to go kill you, Kenya. I think it was just her talking smack and, oh my gosh. Kenny just said it way too far, way too far.
Well, but I needed a minute to just process it all. And just, it's like, it was a lot.
I just feel like, I don't know, Kenya's situation was just too premeditated for me. And my question to you, would you let it go? I wouldn't. Would you let it go? Look how much money and time and effort went for years, and you gonna let another bitch come and talk about her and do what you did and mess up your own pride, your own moment was just heartbreaking. So I think even the people who were supporting her, it was just very difficult to see. It really was. But you get nothing else from me today. Goodbye. Don't make me call horse shot. because she was just curious or admiring. But I definitely wanted to kind of stay back. So before we go to Puerto Rico, we didn't got attacked by her. That's when we were at a point of no return.
Bitch better move, don't make me call. Bitch better move, don't make me call. Bitch better move, don't make me call. Bitch better move, don't make me call.
Ew, like JK, but like maybe not. But thank you for watching. But you hear that? You can always something to say. Still watching all this. What? You're so upset. But that's not okay because have a good friend. Because last season, I said what I said.
In this fake movie out. You tried to publicly humiliate me in front of 200 people on the mic. On the mic.
At first of all,
For her event.
she has to go to the salon
Dedicated to her kids. There were camera crews there. There were everybody in the audience had their phones out.
How do you think you would have reacted if you had said that? Well,
You know what? I felt she wanted me to be at that event, considering she never uninvited me.
right.
And the fact that she conjured up these images, photos, went to Kinko, printed them out. It's like, see, it's a serious video.
Teaching a collagen bank moisturizer with SPF strengthens the collagen you have. It's the collagen.
WVU offers more than 40 real-world ready bachelor's degree programs designed with industry experts so you're prepared to make a difference and influence your career. Learn more at wvu.edu.
Super Juice Lollipops. Taste the music.
She thinks this is okay. Now it's less than. And I'm constantly reminded. And everything that I feel, everything that I work so hard for, everything is overshadowed by all of this online. Everything.
What was your reaction when you found out what happened?
I couldn't believe it because I came in there wanting to be apologetic and give her flowers and I gave her a nice card where I wanted her to read it and I left. And just to know that everybody started screaming and I heard the commotion and everybody like running out of the door. And I'm like, what's happening? What's happening? And Kelly was just like, you'll never believe this woman put poster boards of the most nasty, vile things ever. I mean, she came from my marriage. She called me, all sorts of very nasty names. And she showed explicit photos. This was her big moment. So for her to use this big moment to attack me and to humiliate me, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was devastated. I cried. I had to talk to a few, I had to go therapy. And just knowing that internet, the world, my reputation, I'm a businesswoman. So seeing all these things online, it overshadowed everything.
Feel like she took it too far. I don't agree with it, so I want you to know that. But I feel like if you can get to a point where you guys understand you both were wrong in the situation and have a conversation,
I'm already admitted my dad. Right, okay. I don't feel comfortable even wanting to be in the same room as her. I cannot.
Anything else you want to say with regard to
the end of the day, I was targeted. That's how I felt with Kenya. And she wanted to trigger me. She wanted me to do something nasty. She wanted me to react. And because I left before all of that happened, she didn't get the reaction she wanted, and she put it on camera. Right. Take me to the salon. I'm all proud to be on for opening this new business. Yeah. And no one is talking about the opening business. They are recording. You overshadowed it. You overshadowed it. Yeah, this is what happened. They're saying you have pictures of her. Yes. Okay, let me tell you what happened. So from that night where all of this stuff happened and there were threats in my direction. And I felt very concerned. I told the answer, I'm concerned, I'm scared. And I kind of feel like they said, oh, we'll take care of it. And it didn't feel like it was taken care of. And they actually made me feel like I was being like a black parent. Like here's Kimmy goes again. Nothing really happened. They were joking or something. I don't take threats for the way that I felt. You can't invalidate my feelings. It was a real concern for me. I'm a single mom with a beautiful child that if anything happened to me, no one would be there for her. You felt threatened by some actions that happened. Yes. And she repeatedly said, or it was said, that you don't know who I am. So I did feel like I was being protected, and I took matters into my own hands when I did my research on her. I found a lot of information, especially in the explicit world, with a few clicks, with people helping me. I didn't get things sent to me, photos or videos that I did see, allegedly that were her. And I said, okay, if no one else is going to step up for me and protect me, I'm going to protect myself, and I'm going to tell everyone what I found out about her. It's a mistake. And before I joined Housewives of any franchise, 5 years in, we made up the term receipts, right? If you find dirt on someone, somebody's messing with you, you come back to what? A receipt. I found a valid receipt found on the internet. So you knew that Bravo was reporting. Yes, it was during the taping. Everyone signed waivers. It was during the taping. I didn't stand out on the corner, posting anything. It was during the taping. And even with nudity that was happening on the show, they blurred things out. So at the end of the day, I knew that they were likely blurred out because whatever it was that I found, they didn't like the receipt. It was explicit. And they didn't like, I found a lot, but I only showed one. So after the salon, you have images up. If you say you found on your own, I pulled them out at that point. They were up. At some point, you pulled them out. That was one part of it, yes. But they're up. Yes. Okay. And it was not assumed that they would be blurred out when this aired. Of course they would. They can't show this. Yes. Were you building a moment in that and the other person was trying to make a name for themselves allegedly? Were you trying to have a senior moment doing this and it backfired? I don't think that it's a tender moment. I live my truth. You're the shade factor. I'm the shade factor, but my moment is my life. You know what I mean? So I don't need to create a moment. Right. There's a difference. It surprised me because I know, again, we have a lot of people drinking comment, and I know how to work. I know how to produce this show. Yeah. I was surprised by the level of aggression. Because that didn't seem like you. Listen, in hindsight is always 50-50. If I can do it all over again, I believe the photos were very distasteful, and I elevated the situation. I've elevated situations before, and I've taken full accountability for the things I've done. I am sorry for what I've done. I didn't have to take it that far. But when I felt threatened, I never had a child in a situation like this before. So that's why I escalated it to the point where I was protecting not only myself, but my child.
You're not talented. You don't need to be on anyone else's TV screen doing anything other than looking like a complete buffoon. If you could act, if you could dance, if you could were pretty, then maybe you would get another opportunity or another show. No, listen, instead of
That was haters.
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't because she is a caricature. No one wants to hire a caricature. They want to hire someone like you, Candy, who can actually act and sing. You might not be able to dance, but I'm not going to dance the part. You're a pretty girl, and
That was harsh.
What happened is that Brent made a comment at the end of last week's episode, like, I have a gun and a whip, or something like that. I saw that. And on this week's episode, they all said to Brent that you can't say that shit. And she was like, yeah, you're right, whatever. She shows up to Kenya's opening of her gorgeous salon, which is beautiful. The Kenya has worked so hard on it. That she dedicated to her daughter. And it's this big event opening in with all these people there. And Britt comes in and brings her flowers and says, I apologize to you, and a note. And Kenya totally ignores her, like totally. And Britt's like, okay, I'm just gonna leave these here. And Britt leaves. And then Kenya gets up and makes her whole opening about someone came after me and they shouldn't have. And I started looking at who this woman is, and this is who she is. And she started showing pictures of her.
Like poster garnish.
And this is like one of the pictures is her bedroom woman type.
Yes.
One of the pictures is her oral sex. Yeah. And so, the Atlantic Housewives were like, we're out, like they kept the place like years out.
Yeah.
And then there's and Cynthia said, in all my time at the show, this is the lowest I've ever seen anything yet. And so that's what, show that says, Bravo, stop filming with Kenya after me.
These things, there's all this talk of, actually Me Too movement. It's like, if you show someone a dick pic or a nude pic without them saying, yes, I would like to see that right now, that's like sexual assault.
Yes, Jordan?
Well, I was gonna say, the bad part is, sad part is that, like you said, it was Kenya's opening of her store that she worked so hard for, and it has been Kenya Moore hair care for years. It was like a big moment for her, and she should have been celebrating herself, but instead she used the time to like do revenge porn and bring somebody else down. And at the end of the day, it was such a bad look for Kenya. She sabotaged herself in her business.
What are you thinking? Jody from Minneapolis, what did you think?
Yeah, I thought, I'm just so proud of Bravo and how they handled it and all the housewives that left after Kenya showed it. It was so trashy and it was so negative and ugly, and I don't know, I think a few years ago that all the wives would have left after that, but I'm really proud that they all left. And, Britt making that comment over guns and whips, I don't know, I didn't feel like it was totally like, I'm gonna go kill you, Kenya. I think it was just her talking smack, and oh my gosh, Kenya just took it way too far.
So I'm good on it because I needed a minute to just process it all. And just, it's like, it was a lot. I just feel like, I don't know, Kenya's situation was just too premeditated for me. And my question to you, would you let it go?
I wouldn't. Would you let it go? To put that much money, time, effort, blood, sweat, tears, and you gonna let another come and talk about her and look what you did and mess up your own pride, your own moment, was just heartbreaking. I think even the people who were supporting her, it was just very difficult to see. It really was.
But you get nothing else from me today. Goodbye. Don't make it out or shut.
It's better to make the call. It's better to make the call.
Things that I had were bothering her. The fact that I had her own support, the fact that I was doing well. Maybe she was just curious or admiring me. But I definitely wanted to kind of stay back. So before we go to Puerto Rico, and once I got attacked by her, that's when we were at point of no return.
It's better to make the call. don't make me call. Bitch better move, don't make me call. Bitch better move, don't make me call. Ew, like JK, but like maybe not. But thank you for watching. But you ain't got to just always have something to say. That's okay because how would you put it right for the last season right today? But
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Shop weekly deals in our store or at Walgreens.com.
Plug your bank.
That was the overdraft.
What if you have a bank account that takes you up for monthly fees or minimum balance required?
Yeah.
That'd be great, yeah.
What if they also gave you up to $200 in fee-free overdraft coverage? There's a place like that? Yeah, it's Chime. Join Chime today.
Get all y'all out with the late. No, I was running in the room and I saw that one of the dogs had peed by one of the bars room. And I need to wipe the pee up. I'm gonna let y'all know something. I'm gonna be talking about home. That's bad. I'm hungry, y'all. I've been working all day. What's going on, y'all? Hey! So look, I'm surprised I even got this much energy left because I just got back from filming 2 episodes of Dish Nation. That's going to air either tomorrow or one on there tomorrow, one on here next week. And I've been gone all day. You me and Gary with the tea. The Christmas shopping, y'all. And I'm on Jordan today. Or when I tell y'all I got some nasty pieces. I got some nasty pieces. Put it this way, I ain't gonna be able to buy nothing for another few more months. I don't spend all my little money. Nevertheless, it's gonna be a Merry Christmas to my wrist, to my neck, and maybe to my body, to my leg, and my you know what. Nevertheless, y'all, Merry Christmas to you, baby. Oh my God, it was a great time doing this nation, guys. The 2 episodes that I'll be on, it's just all the guys. Me, Gary, Ted, Craig, and Tanner. So y'all stay tuned for that. Shout out to this nation. All right, y'all. I'm just gonna go ahead and let y'all know off rip. I'm not touching Papoose and Ring My Neck tonight. And the reason why I'm not touching Papoose and Ring My tonight is because there have been so many developments in it that I have not had the time to catch up on everything. I literally left this nation a little bit before 7. I had to be there at 5. I filmed from 5 to right before 7. I had to beat it in traffic and get home. I haven't had time, but I think that I'll do a standalone video for Benny Mine and Papoose tomorrow. Just a complete standalone video along with Madison, Matanka, and I gotta make a commercial for somebody. For all those saying my skin looks good, thank you. Courtesy guys, if you guys really want to know the truth, I've been using butter skin products. I go ahead and set up my business because the contract got signed today. I got signed as a model for butter skin
it's kind of the glow that you see is as a result of the butter skin products that I've been using. So stay tuned for some of my butter skin campaigns. Let me tell y'all a little something. A bitch ain't gotta like me. But I'm gonna tell y'all one thing about it, 2 things for sure, and 3 things for certain. They call it cognitive. I simply can't be denied. And I make no apologies about it. I simply cannot be denied. I'm not good at everything. I'm not good at most things. But the things that I'm good at, bitch, I'm great. Okay? And that's just the God honest truth about it. That's the God honest truth about it. So y'all will see my butter skin campaign coming or whatever preliminarily. I use one of their new kits that they got, this vitamin C serum. And y'all be seeing me talking about that. Y'all be getting promo code. Don't go buy shit from them yet. Okay? Wait till my promo code get active so I can collect my commission from the hoes. Okay? But y'all will see me talking about a lot of the stuff that I got moved. And let me tell y'all something. That's why I went to one day Jersey Beach. They expect to tell you something, baby. That wire, that bank wire hit my account. I said, oh, I checked it. I said, girl, all these YouTubes, I should have started modeling. I should have started modeling a long time ago. I tell y'all, that shit looked good. Oh, baby, that shit looked better than my skin, honey. It looked real good. Girl, I tell you, listen. Y'all know this American Next Time Model, that's somebody that called in and get the uncover girl. Y'all can have the YouTube shit. I just to let y'all know what's going on. Baby, I'm around here selling skin, I'm selling candles, and I'm just glad I ain't got to sell dick and ass no more if you really want to know the truth about this situation. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. This looking good. Selling tea. Okay. So that's what's going on. They had a real good time down to the beach station. So listen. Down to the bar, Christmas. If I could be honest with y'all, I was hoping that y'all was going to leave me alone. Like, I was hoping that this was going to be a small shindig where I really wasn't going to have to work, where I really was just going to be able to, like, sit down and just chill, and y'all keep giving these kids. And I really wish y'all could just stop. I really wish y'all would stop loving on me the way y'all loving on me, because now so many damn people don't got tickets for this thing. I'm gonna have to work. I'm gonna have to give me an active. I'm gonna have to take pictures. I'm gonna have to dance and talk to everybody. You have to have to do that. Baby, I checked that thing today. We got 125 tickets. So y'all just gonna hype out this lady's place. But I am more excited about the fact that we packing out the Christmas tree. All right, so any and everybody that wants to come, the event is going to be essentially free. I was just asking that you buy a ticket and pay $10, and that's to keep people from RSVPing and not showing up, and we end up buying or preparing too much food. I've said this before, $10 is y'all just putting a little skin in the game to show that you're serious about coming or not. So, listen. At this point, you're gonna have to get a tent and turn this bitch into a block party, and I'm down to do it. Bring an unwrapped toy down to the bar, Christmas edition, and pretty places. In addition to that, guys, we're gonna have it all going on when it comes to the food. We're gonna have it all going on. Let me show you guys something real quick. You're gonna have it all going on. I'm gonna do that. There you go. You're gonna have it going on. Bam. Right there. I had to go up there and meet with the people today to make sure that they could accommodate the business that we getting ready to bring. I told the people we need good customer service. We don't need no long wait time. We need the food to be able to turn. And so basically what we did was came up with a short $5 wings, $10 fish and fries, $10 shrimp and fries, $6 crab leg clusters, $7 turkey lasagna cupcakes, $3 house shot, $5 margarita, $10 hurricane, and $10 peppermint martini. Let me tell y'all something. It ain't nowhere in hell. Y'all, it is nowhere else in Atlanta. Y'all don't come like this for these prices. You gonna slap fine. You gonna have a good time. Yes, there's turkey lasagna cupcake. Turkey ground beef. The food gonna have it all going on. It's gonna be an expedited funky one thing, and then of course, if you want some of our other menu items, the menu items will be available for you. Please do not ever say that a bitch ain't never did nothing for y'all hoes. Okay? This menu gonna have it all going on. The tours gonna have it all going on. The Lord for the Department of Children and Families, she gonna be there with the truck to pick up all the toys, and all I'm asking is we flood the hell out the Christmas tree with the toys for the kids. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. All right, let's get into the show, guys. We got a small political corner tonight. Oh, that we just got two stories, and they're both relatively happy stories. The first one is from the shade room. The first story is Joe Biden has commuted 1,500 sentences and pardoned 39 people in a historic single-day action. Joe Biden is commuting sentences of 1,500 people who were placed on house arrest during the pandemic and pardoning 39 others. On the Thursday morning, Biden announced his efforts to reduce sentences of convicted nonviolent crimes. According to CNN, Biden stated America was built on the promise of possibility and second chances. This marks the biggest single-day act of clemency to date, surpassing Barack Obama. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm not moved. I'm not moved. I'm not moved. As far as I'm concerned, it feels like a vanity move. You commuted the sentence of 1,500 people on house arrest. Yawn. Boring. Don't get me wrong. Not looking to get one in his mouth. It's great, but child, you could do better than this. You could do better than this. This is a vanity move. It's a vanity move. In my opinion, it's for him to be able to say, on my way out of office, I had one of the largest community of sentences to any president today. I think that it could have been better. I think it could have been better. 1,500 people on house arrest, it was already commuted. They on house arrest, they was already commuted. What about 3,000 people that's locked up in jail for petty weed charges across every state? You want to see monumental party? 1,500 people in every state that are in jail. That's all I'm saying. 1,500 people on house arrest. It was lazy to me. It's lazy. I think it's lazy. And again, I don't want to sound ungrateful. I'm sure it's great for the people who don't have to be on house arrest no more, but it's effing lazy. As many people as this system has wrongfully convicted who are still locked up for petty weed charges, and you have the ability with the stroke of a pen to get them people out, this is lazy to me, and it's a vanity move. I'm sorry. And we still waiting to find out if you party Marilyn Mosley, why you party your damn son. And I'm not going to knock you for partying your son, partying your son, but we waiting on Marilyn Mosley. Why she wasn't in the 1500s. I'm just saying, maybe we need to get Kim Kardashian or Paris Hilton on the job, because those seem to be the only two people who can get the government to do something. Moving right along, guys, Paris Hilton would pass the legislation. She just would not let Kim Kardashian be great. She said, that Paris said, that bitch, I ain't going to law school. But she said, why did you get Kim your ass didn't have to go either? But Paris Hilton scored a major victory in her fight for children's rights. According to reports, the media personality stopped the Institutional Child Abuse Act was recently passed by the U.S. Senate with all 100 senators voting in favor. camera, you know, according to the aims to protect kids and youth residents facilities from harm to university parents who was brave to share her own family experience with the youth at a young age. This bill needs approval from the U.S. House of Representatives before heading to the president's desk, but parents is celebrating the youth step forward. She shared the exciting on Instagram, posting a video of her lobbying and testifying before Congress. This milestone is a culmination of 1 year of hard work, dedication, and parents' continued mission to make sure that no child has to go through what she did, and she's one step closer. So here's what this taught me. I'm happy. I'm not going to put the points in his mouth. What it's taught me to do is that we need to stop letting Democrats and Republicans come to the podium with bills because it seems that they just shoot them down by basis of party and just let celebrities come through. It's a small victory. Is it life altering? Is it going to shake the United States off its axis? Absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? It will help a small group of people, and that's great. They say she can't fight for it, and that's good. But following through, I'm waiting on Kim Kardashian, George Clooney, Julia Roberts, Julia Stiles, Julia Chang, Julia, everybody else to come on and write something that says it got passed by all 100% of the child right. This looks like a landmark vote to me, because we can't even get them to be extending people paycheck, get people toilet paper, so on and so forth, and it's almost there. So bring celebrities in, and we'll get the bills paid. We'll get the bills passed. That's what it's telling me. That's what this thing is telling me. Lindsay Lohan, you up next. And quiet as kept, that's the challenge. You see, when it comes to reform, I am all about non-traditional and non-conventional ways of doing things. The old way of doing business has gone out the window. What I would have liked Paris Hilton to do, just like they were going to build that ALS challenge. I need her to be like, Meryl Streep, I'm calling you out next. Denzel Washington, I'm calling you out next. And put this pressure on these celebrities to come in and do the same thing. Since it seems as if this is the only way we can get something unanimously passed with these raggedy ass government officials that's messing up the doggone country. Speaking of people who continue to mess up the country. No, that's not right. I was about to say white women, but I wrote a note in my thing that says the white woman goes to jail. Another Florida woman has been charged Tuesday after police said she ended a call to an insurance company with the words delay, deny, depose. The Lakeland Police Department said the FBI contacted officers on Tuesday regarding an alleged threat made over the phone. Brianna Boston, 42, had reportedly called Blue Cross Blue Shield regarding recent medical insurance claims, and she was denied. According to the affidavit, the entire phone call was recorded. Near the end of the phone call, investigators said Boston could be heard stating delayed, denied, depose. New people are next. The first three words are similar to those written on the ammunition that the government used for the killing of the CEO, Brian Thompson. The affidavit noted the similarities between the incidents, stating that those words have become nationally recognized as a phrase directed against insurance companies. She's been in a world long enough that she certainly should know better, that she can't make threats like that in the current environment that we live in and think we are not going to follow up and put you in jail in Lakeland. Boston admitted to using these words during the call, telling the that the healthcare companies play games and do it. Okay, I ain't even read them over, I don't mess around and got mad. I don't messed around and got mad. And here is the part that I got mad that the Lakeland police chief said. She's been in, listen to this shit, y'all. She's been in the world long enough that she certainly should know better that you can't make threats like that in the current environment that we live in and think that we are not going to follow up and put you in jail. If deny, delay, and depose can be placed on the list and less than a week. White nigger can be placed on the list. I quoted him when he said, she's been in a world long enough to know. They've been in a world long enough to know. So it just goes to show action can be taken when folks want to take action. And I can already see this. That's not the same. It's not the same. Nigger has a much longer and deeper historical correcting position than the live delay the poll, which we just found out about that. So we can't get everyone here, especially for white people, waiting for racist money. It's a threat to our lives because typically that's what it says to us when we were shot, drugged behind trucks, hard and fed in the bench. And typically when a white person uses that word directly to a black person, there tends to be violence that follows it or the threat of violence. I saw somebody put the threat was the all neck. And I guess that is the technicality that we will get caught up on. That was the threat. The all neck. But it's the denied delay deposed that got up under this. It was the denied delay deposed that got up under their skin. And see how quickly they came and arrested them? That right there, the FBI even got involved. But all the hate crimes, all the TV torches, all the Kyle Rittenhouses, and ain't nobody called it help, let alone to be what I act. They didn't even call it help. To be white and rich. Why do y'all think I'm a rich white woman? I'm not like y'all. This stuff don't affect me. Honey, I'm white like this. It's not like this. Y'all don't tell this long, blonde hair. Y'all don't see these $50,000 Tiffany studs I got from Pearson Pagoda. Y'all don't see these $50,000 rich white woman amethyst studs that I got from this lady named Claire. I'm not gonna act like y'all, honey. I am rich. I am white. I am a woman. And I'm protected, honey. I am protected. The lady denied the pose. The lady denied the pose. Man, it must be a beautiful feeling to be rich and white like me. I do know how it feels. It's a real beautiful feeling. It's real beautiful. Like these $70,000 earrings I got on from Pearson Pagoda. I ain't even under the influence of marijuana or alcohol today. So y'all, I thought that this was a very interesting story. It's about a Georgia man. A Georgia man arrested for 1985 black church murders after DNA evidence exonerates the original suspect. Guys, check this shit out. Eric Simpson, Spare, 61, was arrested for the 1985 murders of Harold and Thelma Slade at a Georgia church after DNA evidence exonerated his guilt, the original suspect. Harry spent 2 decades in prison before his charges were dismissed in 2021. The Georgia Innocence Project linked Spare to DNA from hairs on glasses found at the crime scene, disproving Harry's involvement. Spare denied denies charges and remains in custody. Now, obviously, if you kill somebody, you're going to remember it. But could you imagine when people knocking on your door and asking you about your whereabouts on Tuesday, January 35th, 1985 at 9 o'clock? Somebody did 20 years in jail. When I get off the line with y'all, I'm going to go back and read up on this story. I want to know all the details. Like, if people worshiping in church, did somebody walk into church and open fire? How did the man that got caught up get in jail? Did the man that get caught up, did they know each other? Were they friends? Like, I want to know all of these things leading to how they got the wrong person. But you also imagine killing somebody and the first 6 months being nervous, the first year being nervous that you're going to get caught, 3 years being nervous. Out of 5th or 6th year, they close the case and move on, and you move on with your life. You got married and had kids, and did whatever it is you did, and then one day you get a knock at your door, and somebody tells you that somebody tells you that you were under arrest for something that you did in 1985. Oh man, sad for all parties involved. I'm glad that the family of the people that were killed get a second chance at true justice. I'm glad that they caught him. And I hate it for the other guy that did 39 years in jail behind this foolishness. And it just makes me wonder how many other people are in jail for some long BS. Could you imagine the level of hopelessness that must come over somebody after sitting in jail for something that you didn't do? I wonder at what year, what's the threshold by which you decide this is just what I want to spend the rest of my life? Like, do you give up hope after year 3, after year 5? Surely after being there for 10 years, you give up hope. A long time, a really long time. Move the story around really quickly. So, Giselle Bryant has something to say about staying on her job. And I got somebody coming up after this story that's going to teach y'all how to get a better doggone job. But this is what Giselle Bryant said, her and Robin, honey, we were only tied to this show when it came to being friends, but we are not tied when it comes to our paycheck. And Giselle Bryant speaks of why she stayed on RHOP after Robin Dixon was fired. She said she wasn't going to fumble her bag, and I don't even know what type of question this was because who will need a job just because their friend got fired? But catch this.
She said she got fired. You never think about walking when she got fired.
I'm supposed to pick my job because you got fired? I know that's right. I'm supposed to fumble my bag.
Did you have a comment on that? Oh, sure.
Of course, like after she got caught, she called me. But she kind of felt it coming, you know. Unfortunately, she's in a situation in which she's with her guy, Ron, but for whatever reason, people don't like that relationship. And so year after year, she got defended, and it's kind of like, everybody's tired of this. But, you know, you shouldn't have to defend the person that you have been married to, that you love, constantly. like let it be. So she's stress free right now. I'm the one stressed out. I'm still on the show, but she's like stress free and living her best life.
Well, you probably could have stayed on the show had she talked about her real relationship, and that's the one that involved her eating your damn coochie. Okay? Like, she's in a relationship she had to defend every doggone week. That ain't the one you damn right we was tired of hearing about that. That ain't the one we wanted to hear about. We wanted to hear about the Robin came to your house and your lady did all this. Why did you get all this? You did all this. Robin, you did all this. That was storyline, baby. Chad, she'd have been on the Real Housewives of Potato. She'd have been on the Real House of Beverly Hills. They gave her ass a cameo on Married to Madison. Let me tell you, the way Robin ran there eating your coochie, both of y'all would have been on Married to Madison getting the inspection from Dr. Jackie, baby. She would have been on there and she told her real relationship. Trying to get you damn right, we got tired of her defending her relationship with Ron, and he was ready for her to start defending her relationship with you. Baby, y'all would have got a spin-off. Real lesbians up a tank of girls trip. Real lesbians go through divorce. Real lesbians send their kids to college. Real lesbians become grandmothers. Real lesbians become mother of the bride. Real lesbians take Miami. Real lesbians go to the nursing home. Real lesbians go down to the grave. That's real lesbians. Baby, y'all the same on reality TV too. We all check the hell out of here. Can't you told the real story? Now you over there working every night and day for the man. They having a cash out robbing $20 for lunch every other damn day. You're around there eating your coochie, ain't no reason you couldn't have ate it all up and down Bravo. Shit, hell. If I'm gonna be crucified for being a goddamn lesbian, I might as well be crucified with a check. Tell them somebody. You see, Kyle Richards got out of her relationship with Maurice and went over there and got her a woman. Kim Zodiac had Tracy, DJ Tracy eating her box while her children was all in the other damn room or the hotel. I'm just telling y'all what all the hell going on. She was over there eating your box anyway. She was eating it anyway. You might as well have got paid for it. I always say pay me for my pain, but I gotta do it, bitch. Pay me for my pleasure too. Pay me for my pleasure too. And she said she was going to lose her job. Well, Barbie gonna need to be somebody else's lover and secretary, working every day of the week. And she might have put in her resume. And I'm gonna tell you, Robin, I'm getting popcorn, y'all. You stop. Just I'm hungry. I've been at the house all day. Robin, if you decide to go eat another light-skinned box and y'all get a TV show, you're gonna need help getting $20,000 or $30,000 more than your counterpart. And that's going to involve you having a resume. Okay? And you can't just put your title, cast member of Real Housewives of Potomac. You need to be real specific. Okay? Box eater to Giselle Bryant. And you need to list all of your responsibilities. And that'll help you get $20,000 or $30,000 more on the job in comparison to your white counterparts. And this just don't go for Robin applying for box eating jobs, box cutting jobs, cornrows to the back, clean your girlfriend on set it off type of jobs. This goes for anybody trying to get any type of job. If you want to get extra on the job, it's all about your resume. Your resume. Okay? And y'all all know all the jobs from start there hiring. If you get budget at the top of the year, the first quarter, and your resume needs to be intact. And I want to bring way to the stage.
Hello.
Funky Bunch asked me more from the NGC resume country to tell y'all girls how y'all can get more money out of these employers. Ashley, what's going on, girl?
Hey, Funky Bunch. Thanks so much for having me.
Oh, thank you so much for being here, pretty girl. So let's get started. Tell these people a little bit about who you are, what you're all about, and why you on the line.
So I'm the owner of NGT Resumes. What we do is scale people from where they currently are into a tech position, or we scale people into a higher job.
Oh, that is amazing. So for those out there that's slow, the GED girls, what does scale up mean for those that's a little slow in the Bible?
Okay, so we go ahead and we move you up to another job, another position based on who you are now. So you may be a bank teller now, but when you finish with your resume, you'll qualify for a position in fintech, which is a technical job, a tech job within the financial industry.
I always see the girls going crazy in the chat talking about I need this, I need this, I need this.
Yes.
Part of the problem, and me and Ashley, we talked briefly before the show. Some of y'all be being too literal, and some of y'all be being too honest on the damn resumes, okay? And moreover, some of y'all be wanting to go to y'all cousin Keisha just because she worked in a corporate position somewhere and that hurt your resume and not going to the professional.
Absolutely. And what Keisha does not know is that there is an applicant tracking system. So your resume has to have a specific format to even get through the system to get in the hands of the HR representative. So that's the number one thing that people are missing. You can't just submit resumes anymore. Everything is AI. It has to get through the tracking system to even land in the hands of the HR representative.
And if you're just an everyday person like us, been on your job for 10 to 15 years, not really the rest of what's going on, we don't even know what's in the system. We just simply put Bank of America, teller number one, responsibility, deposits, withdrawals, open up account. That ain't gonna get you no job, baby. That ain't gonna get you the next job.
They know, but we don't know. And that's the thing. The only difference between the person that just started at your job as a manager is the way your resume is going to be able to format. Now have more experience than you, they are not smarter than you. They just went and had someone tweak their resume, redo their resume, highlight their skills, change the other couple things around, put the keywords onto your LinkedIn, make it fit the resume, and they got the job. Now they're coming in making $20,000 to $30,000 more. You've been at your job for 5 to 6 years, managing people, working all these systems, which already qualify you for a tech job. What people don't understand is that any system and software that you're working with, that's already tech right there. So you don't need a vast amount of experience saying, oh, I don't have tech experience. Yes, you do. If you're working with Salesforce, Tableau, Excel, SQL, you're doing all that stuff already in the tech world, right? And then people look at the news and say, well, the tech sector is suffering. So let me explain the difference. You have a tech sector, which is Google, Microsoft, and then you have a tech job in the healthcare industry or a tech job in the banking industry. So those are two separate things. I personally have never worked in the tech sector. I've never worked for Google. I've never worked for Microsoft. My tech jobs have always been, I've been in finance, fintech for years. I've been in oil and gas. I've been in industrial. So you have the experience. You just haven't gotten with the right company or the right people to formulate and structure your resume to get you on the way.
I believe it. Let me tell y'all something. And I learned this later in life. And sometimes y'all will be so busy trying to conserve coins. I know that life is hard and you don't want to pay for things, but listen to me carefully, guys. In order to grow, you have to pay people for things that you don't know. You do. You have to pay people for things that you don't know. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all know I specialize in sitting on my soapbox talking about corporate unhappiness. Because I was so unhappy and I was stuck. And that is something I can preach to. So for all my brothers, I'm gonna preach to y'all for me. All my people out there who've been on their job for a long time, they're stuck in that same cubicle, tired. You seeing people get promoted above you. You training people that's coming in. You know more than people that's coming into your job and they make it more to you, actually is who you need to talk to. Yeah, like he said, you got it. You just don't know how to put it on that piece of paper to get it to the system to get it in front of the folks. Actually, am I lying? Am I lying?
You're telling the truth, and the one thing about my company is I am not the only one. So I have subject matter experts. I have a recruiter that is on my team who has access to the ATS tracking system. So we're able to get together, look at your resume, run it through the system and say, hey, this resume is a 94% out of 100. This is what it is. Now, for those that do not want the personalized package, that's what we're talking about. You can go in there and you can just do one of the templates. The templates come with the resume already, the cover letter, and I give you three courses to take. That's for people that don't have the time or the funds right now to invest in the package. We also take payment plans. We have Afterpay, we have ShopSo. We do a lot of different things. By the time we're done with your resume and optimizing your LinkedIn or creating your LinkedIn, you're well on your way. But I just want my people to understand you have it. You don't have to sit at these jobs and be miserable making this little bit of money. Get you another job, meet new people, start over somewhere fresh.
I'm with you. And so tell people what they need to do in order to get on their way to a new career, a new resume, an interview. What do they need to do in this moment?
Okay, so you need to go to ngtresume.com. You can do the personalized package, which is where we personally work with you and customize everything for you. We even submit applications on your behalf that comes with the package. We set up new accounts for you. We create your LinkedIn or we fix it. You get your new resume, you get your coaching, you get your interview prep. Also, if you don't have the time for that, you can just go up there and look at our different tech resume packages. It holds your cover letter, your resume, and free courses that you can take. You may have the qualifications, you may have already said I want to be a data analyst. I have all my stuff. You just may want to buy one of our resume tips. You say, hey, I need some help. That's where you're for. You get a personalized package. You get 15% off or 15. And then when you go online and put your email address in, you actually get another 5% off.
I love it. And let me tell y'all something. You know, it's spend the money. That's literally what it boils down to. And if you don't have it, in the words of Smokey Mom from Friday, you make it enough. Okay? It's not enough. Make it enough. Make it enough. You find money for everything else. Find the money. The time is going to pass regardless. The time, 2025 is going to pass regardless. You can struggle this month and find the money to pay it for those who are struggling and have you a new job by springtime, or you can sit there and continue to be on the same hamster wheel, running the same race, singing your shoulda, coulda, woulda. Find the money. I wish actually was around when I was miserable back in my corporate days. Praise the Lord, God, man, it's so wonderful. This type of information that we're getting is what I was needed to get the hell out and miss the job. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. You all know this, and I hate to say it. Many of us, we come from a place where people tell us, oh, they did a good job. You got that good old job. Because we get all this downward cultural pressure from our families to stay on our good job, even though we're miserable, you don't want to move. All right? You got kids. Let me tell you something. You can make more money, you can be happy, and you can go on an even gooder job. Okay? So gooder is the word. You can go on an even gooder job.
With more perks. And I'll say this.
Exactly.
You're so right, Kobe. Quarter one is coming up. And also, I'm going to say this. I know last time Trump was in office, he froze those visas. Froze H-1B visas, and they were in the tech industry was not able to hire people with H-1B visas, and that locked out hundreds of thousands of jobs. And it worked.
So it created a lot of openings.
tech, it was crazy. People had 2, 3, and 4 jobs making $8, $9, $10,000. So they're looking at doing that again. So I just want us to really take advantage of that, get our feet in the door, make this money, invest in different things. You may not want to be an entrepreneur, make the money, put the money up, but let's just get you in the door somewhere else.
Ashley, I thank you so much for coming on. Guys, go to ngtresumes.com, use promo code Funky15, and in conjunction with that, once you go on register with your email address in, you will get a code for an additional 5% off. Y'all, listen. What better way to start the new year off with a new outfit from Learners New York, honey? A new suit from the Express, maybe a new resume, some new confidence, and just, it ain't no better than when you walk in and tell your employee that you need to kiss your ass, okay? You got another job. So what ngtresume.com, promo code 15, Ashley, thank you so much for this. I have a feeling that you're going to get a lot of traction from this because, let's face it, most people hate their damn job and they're better. And I think there ain't never such thing as extra money, bitch. We can all use some more money. Go to ngtresume.com, promo code Funky15, and actually please keep in touch with Shelby and let us know how everything goes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Have a great night.
All right, you say love, bye. Y'all better go get the damn job. Y'all better go, get the girl. And y'all don't be wanting to get it. Y'all don't be wanting to get it. And I ain't never did this before. And maybe I should start doing this as a marketing researcher. If y'all like this guest, put yes in the chat. If you really like this guest, go to hell. Let me see what the girls got going on. Let me see what the girls got going on. Yes. Like we all need a better job. Yes. And one thing about it, and she did say that I love, she's absolutely right. A lot of the reasons when we be applying for jobs and we don't get no calls, because we don't stay up or we working on our resume, is we ain't put the right stuff on them to get it through the system. HR people not even looking at resumes no more, y'all. It's the computer looking at the resume first before it even makes it to the recruiter. The computer before the recruiter. Okay? And if you can't even get through the computer, you ain't gonna get to the recruiter. And she needs to write that down and say that needs to be one of us. If you still looking at me and I want $50,000 for my saying, if you can't get through the computer, you can't get to the recruiter. Okay? From the NGT resume, she won't have it all going on. They said ChatGPT will write it, but it don't mean that ChatGPT know how to get through the system. ChatGPT can't get through the computer to get to the recruiter. Come on, somebody, y'all know when I went to college, I may be in the wrong goddamn thing, and it was supposed to be advertisement. Moving right along. Andre 3000 said, and this hurt my heart to read this. When I saw the picture, I was thinking that Andre 3000 was getting ready to say, we're close. Andre 3000 said, him and Big Boy are further away from making music in this moment than they've ever been. For those of y'all who didn't hear it right, he said, he and Big Boy, in this very moment, they are further away from making music than they have ever been. And it hurt me to my heart because those two were magic together. He says, I was thinking 10 or 15 years ago in my mind, I thought an Outkast album would happen. I don't know the future, but I can say that we're further away from it than we've ever been. Andre told me on the phone. He said, I think it's a chemistry thing. We have to be wanting to do it. It's hard for me to make a rap, period, you know? And sometimes I'm in the belief of let things be. Andre 3000 and Big Boy is 49 '99 formed Outkast in '92 together. They released 6 albums and earned 6 Grammy Awards in 2007. Due to the hiatus of solo projects, 7 years later, the pair reunited to headline Coachella and honor their debut album's 20th anniversary. Later performing over 40 festivals, their last performance was in New Orleans in 2014. It was a great time in life, and our chemistry at a certain place that's undeniable. Andre told the outlet, and I think the audience sometimes believes that something has to last forever, and I don't think that. Any kind of art form, I think that's probably the opposite. I probably should not last forever. You know, there's a lot, guys. Andre already said at this point in his current musical climate that he lacks confidence. That he just doesn't know where he can fit in his current musical climate. And then I'm just speculating here. I don't know. I think what's not getting spoken, and I'm not going to imply bad blood, but I just think these two are just not on the same page, and they're not operating on the same creative wavelength anymore. Andre is all nuts and berries and Erica Badu music here, and Big Boy is Living Pepper Wings in Magic City in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention whatever personal, whatever they may have going on, it just may not be. You know what I'm saying? And we as the fans, we want that old thing back. We are in search of a feeling. We want what we felt when we listened to Elevators and Aquemini and Sorry Miss Jackson and Bombs Over Baghdad and all. We want those things back. And those people are not in those places anymore, and they may not be capable of making what it is we actually want. So, at this point, all we can hope for is something moving towards and just let it be what it is, guys. These roses, these roses kind of like boo, 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 boo. Okay? And let me tell you, Erica Badu, fuck everybody. Okay? Every man that ever messed around with Erica Badu and her pubic hair go crazy. That lady is more than a doula. She more than a doula. She a witch. She more than a doula. She a witch. All right. I was going to do this Louisville police reform story with Breonna Taylor, but I kind of want to end on a high, so I will roll them over. But we will do this. Stanley recalls 2.6 million mugs due to alleged defect. And the reason why I chose this story is when I went to Tampa this past weekend, my little niece, Brianna Hope, child, one named Brielle, one named Brianna, we call one Bree, we call one Ellie. I couldn't remember which one we went to. I had a brain fart. Don't kill me, sister. My sister be watching the show next day. Brianna Hope, we got my sister. First of all, shouts out to my niece, Brianna Hope, who recently turned 11 years old. But her grandmother, one of her grandmothers, Grandma Denise, bought her a pink Stanley cup for her birthday. And I'm so far removed from school. When we was in school, we couldn't even drink and eat. We couldn't even drink and eat in class. And now these kids are allowed to walk around with water bottles. And God forbid they like the white girls was at Florida State University. Which I didn't find out until I graduated. I thought the whole drinking 80-gallon water in Zephyr. And child, white kids had a bottle full of Smirnoff vodka. I was like, girl, that's the thing when you come from a little bit of wealth, and not saying that all white people come from wealth. When black people go to college, baby, our parents tell us we got prepared. In the 4 years that I got my life and everybody else's life too in college, it ain't never crossed my mind to go to class too. It ain't never crossed my mind to have no drink before I went to have class. And it damn sure ain't crossed my mind to have no drink while I was in class. He said you couldn't smell it. And no, you couldn't smell it because vodka doesn't have a smell in a moderate dose. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't. Child, I ain't know nothing about it. I didn't know they them hoes was in there lit. If you could afford to fuck around and duck around with to fall back on. Baby, I know one thing for sure. I wasn't going back to own the house. I wasn't going back to build the house. I had to get my degree. Okay, baby, I had to get my degree. I couldn't flunk out of college because I hated my parents. I was one of them teenagers. I hated my damn parents during that time of my life. Baby, I didn't know nothing to do with their ass. Y'all want to know something honest and they got nothing to do about this damn story. If y'all want to know how I chose Florida State University, baby, it didn't have nothing to do with what that school offered. It didn't have nothing to do with no credentials. It didn't have nothing to do with their academic excellence. My daddy gave me one parameter when I was going to college. My daddy told me I could go anywhere I wanted in the state of Florida. I couldn't go outside the state of Florida because he wasn't paying no out-of-state fees. Baby, I didn't look at the map, bitch. I looked at the globe. I spun that bitch around like this, and when it landed on Florida, baby, Tallahassee was the furthest thing away from Miami without me going out of state. And that is how I ended up getting my degree in economics from Florida State University, sitting up in them economics classes with white fish drinking vodka out of Evian water. And they honestly how that happened. I didn't know nothing about no damn Florida State. I did not know nothing about no damn Florida State. I didn't give a damn. Baby, that college could have been for macrame and sewing for all I care. Bitch, my name would have been Funky Diva Seamstress to the Stars. Okay? That is how I told. I hated my parents in high school. I couldn't wait to get the hell away from their ass. And I wouldn't have gave a damn if they asked for a drop dead in the 12th grade. I could not stand their ass. Boom! I was like, I'm leaving, baby. I hated their ass so much. I didn't even get to come home in the summer or for Christmas summertime. And bitch, I get a summer job. So my scholarship goes from baby to the freshman year, baby. After that first year, I had to get out that door. Baby, I got no classified ass. Me and my friend, Reggie Williams, and we found us, he was working to the gym. We found somebody who was so piece of that podcast. Baby, I went over there and slept all in the white boy's bed in that man's ass apartment. It ain't giving there. But I'd rather sleep in my Harvard terrace. I'd rather have slept in that nasty ass apartment than go back home. I wasn't going back home. I wasn't going to bed. I held this up and had no thing and got me and had me the freedom. I wasn't going back home. I was not going back home. I don't even, they were calling the mud. Something about the mud, they burning people to death. Don't get this for your kids. Get a Dunkin' Donuts cup. I don't even know what the hell going on with the story. I don't mess around and got mad. Baby, I wasn't going by it. I was not going by it. Okay, I was sleeping in my own place. This is my last story of the night. Speaking about somebody sleeping in their own place. This is not funny, Quentin Antoine Lake. Why are you laughing at the fact that this lady, 80 years old, got stuck between the wall with her sleeping in a bed for 2 days, and she died. An Illinois woman has filed a lawsuit against Sleep Number and Negative Flag Incorporated, alleging that a malfunction adjustable bed led to that elderly mother's death. According to law and crime, Rosalind Ross Walker, 80, was trapped for 2 days after she stood in between and raised the head portion of the bed and the wall. The lifted head section then began to lower without warning, trapping her between the bed and the wall unexpectedly. On March 1, 2023, first responders freed her. Walker was hospitalized and transferred to rehabilitation, then hospice care. She passed on April 3rd. The lawsuit filed by Walker claims the bed lacked proper warning instructions and an override mechanism that could have prevented her mother's prolonged entrapment. It also alleges the bed timer operated lowering function and providing no audible warning before activating. Moan is seeking compensation for medical bills her mother suffering and $25,000 for breach of warranty. In response, the company stated that it was unaware of the incident. The lawsuit finally December 10th. The company extended condolences and said that it stands by its design and safety protocols. Now, This giving me a full of shit tease. This is giving me a full of shit tease. I need some more details. Like, was like her pancreas swollen, it cut off circulation to her pancreas, and that's what subsequently led to her death. Because I mean, they came and got her, she was fine, and she later died in hospital. It sounded like that whole had COVID to me. It sounded like Queen had COVID. And I'm just saying it sounded like she had COVID because my friend called and sees her daddy when COVID had first came out, he was healthy. He fell and hurt his hip. And then he went to the hospital and died. They had fixed his hip and then he had died. And this was like right before COVID happened. And now in hindsight, we all like, that man had died from the hip. He died from COVID. Like, I ain't never slept in no sleeping on the bed because I like to sleep down, not up. And I don't know how strong it is, but it was seemed to me like my seat in my car, if I put a grocery bag in the back seat of my car and I go to back my seat up and it back up against it, it automatically goes back forward. Now, according to the way this thing reads, I guess this bed must not have that same protocol, but no. Your mama died and you didn't go down there and check on her the way you were supposed to at 80 years old and you feel the guilty bitch. That's what's going on. Because after you had went around there and called Miss Margaret out and she didn't answer that phone in an hour, you were supposed to go around them. You were supposed to go around them. Or you were supposed to send Miss Carolyn from next door around them. If you went around there and checked them for anything, baby, could you imagine going around your mama's house and she talking about that sleeping on the bed like Queen from Brooklyn? And this is not funny. None of this is funny at all. But I can't help the fact that I drank this bunches brand grape. And it's just making me think about Brooklyn where Queen popped out that mattress and that lady was screaming, Queenie! Queenie! Ah, Queenie! Girl, mama literally fell to the bed, bitch. Let me get out of here, because I don't send all of the hell. I don't send me to hell. I don't send this whole show to hell. And all of this lady. The only reason why I feel comfortable calling her Queenie is because if this lady can't be watching and anybody white watching, they don't know who Queenie is. They're probably thinking like Queen Victoria or Queen Elizabeth, and we gonna let them be there. Rest in peace. Lord, is she back from her bed and we talking about rest in peace. I'm going to hell. I mean, I guess resting in peace is the least she could do if she was trapped in peace. I'm finna go. And she got the queen. Bye, y'all.
Hey, you single? I'm a matchmaker. To my sis.
That's all it takes to be soulmate.
We had a great time, but I'm looking for more. You are what we call a unicorn. Marriage is a business deal, but love has to be on the table.
This episode is presented in partnership with Airbnb. Baby, Memorial Day weekend is all about family, food, and kicking off summer. And with Airbnb, you can celebrate in one of the most loved homes in America. All right, y'all, let's dive in. Well, we did see you connect with the storm team. Where is the team? I had to pop that out. Anybody got food, water, anything? Such a sweet thing I can feel
that special vibe. We love each other. We love each other so much, and we are trying to hang out with y'all. So whenever you have a committee,
Yes, Hazel is a Grammy winner nominee. You know what I mean? Like, so I mean, I think Leo get on her level. So he has to, and he's available today.
okay.
I know she's the older one, but she's like, you know, he's looking for people that have made it.
And he next with number one, and then 7 rings with number one, back to back. I was like, I think that I could take a little pause, but
Okay,
it was
fine. Let's go in. So what were you thinking when you heard and the Grammy goes to? Y'all, today's episode is Fierce Like a Cat. I'm sitting down with someone who is like a soul sister, okay? She's a 3-time Grammy Award-winning artist, a songwriter to top artist, and an amazing performer, businesswoman, mama, just like me, the mama part. I didn't write all the songs. She's got Jaguar energy, baby focus, fierce, and finally shining in the light she has always deserved. My girl Victoria Monet is in the building. Let's talk about everything, and welcome to Baby. This is Kiki Palmer. Baby, this is Victoria Monet. Hey, boo. How are you? Look at you. Hair, teeth, body,
yes.
looks is here.
Thank you so much. Look at you.
Oh,
Gorgeous.
how's everything been going?
It's
I feel like last time I saw you was at the golden party. You
Ooh.
took that fire pic
Mhm.
with all the girls.
It was viral.
It was viral.
Yes, it was fun.
Yes, it was so fun. I'm so excited to talk about everywhere you are. Congratulations on this amazing book. But first, I want to just start with like the beginning. I mean, you've been doing this for so long. I feel like I met you with Taylor, and I remember when we were like, I don't know, like 17, 18 children. So for you, what was your entry point with music? You know, as an artist and as a songwriter.
Actually, I started with dance. When I was in 8th grade, my school didn't have a drill team, so I was like, we need a dance team. So my principal was like, if you can get the sponsors and the staff members to do it, then go ahead. So I wrote a letter to Coca-Cola. I started a drill team. I was out there teaching the girls, and then in high school, I was training under Jabberwockies. I was serious. I wanted to be a dancer, but I always wanted to be a triple threat. I just didn't have the confidence and courage to do it as a kid. And then dance gave me the courage to really step out on that stage.
You know what that makes me think about? The first video that I saw of you, I'm gonna butcher the name, but the video starts with more like a little balance type thing.
Ready.
Oh my gosh. Ready? When I tell you that I watch Ready like every day.
A throwback.
Girl, I love, because I said this girl, she's talented. Because the song was fire, the singing was great, but also the performance, the level.
We love dance.
Girl, you killed it. So to hear that you started out as a dancer as well, like I just love knowing that backstory, because from that moment when I saw you clearly in that video, y'all have not seen Ready, the real OG didn't know
She knows.
that video came down.
Thank you. It was choreographed by Giselle Knight.
Oh my gosh.
We met through this program called Monster Hip Hop, which was dance. And I was in the group with him. Paris Goebel was also in that dance crew. So it was like, it's just all full circle.
It's
crazy.
full circle. Well, when did you realize, I mean, obviously you started with the drill team dancing, but when did you realize this could be a real career, like that this was your purpose?
I would say high school, the end of high school, just really, really focusing on songwriting and starting to record my own music and write my own music. And I started with poetry as far as writing, and then transferred into songwriting. And then I came to LA to audition to be in this girl group called Purple
Girl
Rain.
group is always the entry.
It's the old right. We got to be in a group first, and then we go some. Yeah, but it was great. I just realized that I can't go a day without thinking about music, and it just runs so much in my life. And I was like, I need to be on stage, and I want to do something that would allow me to do the songwriting, the singing, and the dancing, and that's artistry.
Now, I also heard you a bank teller for a while. What point in your career were you?
Oh my gosh.
Balance that, because we need that job to help us make the money so we can do the dream. So like, where were you in your career when you had to balance the real life necessities and then still like following, your dreams?
I was about 18.
Yeah.
Working at this bank called Golden One in Sacramento, and that's the job I quit to move to LA. But it was great because there was some 401k that I already saved up and like some savings that I could use.
Yeah, perfect. I talk to people about that a lot, where it's like you sometimes think when you're following your dream, you gotta just do everything cold turkey, but like it's so like have what you need to have. You know what I'm saying? Be an entrepreneur essentially and take whatever you can from these maybe more traditional spaces. allow you to put money to your goals.
Right, that's always been the case for me too, even with songwriting. I was using my songwriting money to fund my touring as an artist when I opened for Ariana, to fund music videos, to fund the ready. I was independent at the time, so I had to pay that out of pocket, and it came from other sources of income. So we gotta always balance it out.
What was that first check that you got from songwriting? What song was it? Was you like, oh wait a minute, this is a career I can write off of to help with this?
Well, my first check was actually in advance. People will laugh if you know anything about the deals that you're able to get for songwriting. It was about $2,000 for my publishing deal. And I was like, yeah! I was so excited. Yeah. Super excited. And it allowed the girl group and I to share the studio apartment that was $500 a month. I don't even know of a place in LA that cost that
That's
much.
why I'm like, what year were we in?
It's 2009.
$500 a month.
It's crazy. But it was just one room. Yeah, 3 girls. So just had to find it out.
Wow. And so how did you balance the dream of, because I think what's interesting sometimes, like, you can be making so much money in one particular area that you sometimes forget about your North Star.
Yeah.
So as you started to continue to grow as a songwriter, I mean, making hits, like, seriously. People don't, I'm sure they know your tradition, but they don't make you fine. How did you remember that Victoria Monet is a star as well?
I always took the money that from songwriting. I wasn't going out to go get the car, the house yet. I was putting it right back into my artistry, so that was always my goal and my intention.
Yeah.
And I couldn't go a day without thinking about what I wanted to do on stage doing. I looked at artists like Beyonce and Janet and Aaliyah and being able to create that vision in music videos and tour the world doing what I love, and I always stuck to that.
Yeah.
So I used music and songwriting as my confidence to do so. It never really left. So it's always been on my heart to do that. I think it just took a certain process. There was an order of business that needs to happen. I think songwriting was that order of business.
You have a lot of patience.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it takes. And I'm sure your relationship with the record labels had to have changed as well. Because that's something that, anybody that knows like the trajectory of songwriting to music or anything that is a in-between way to where you're trying to go, people can box you in.
For sure.
How did you change your relationship with some of the people you're working with, whether it be producers or even the labels, to say, like, no, this is not for this person's project, this is for my project?
Right. I find that when you introduce yourself to people and you say, hi, my name is such and such and this is what I do, they kind of get stuck to that vision. And you have to kind of, I guess, train everybody around you to see you differently by what you're doing the most. So if you say you're a technician and then all of a sudden you're doing car sales, they're going to, associate with you with how they originally met you. So I try not to blame people for that and know that, well, songwriting is really successful for me right now, but what I'm going to show them is that so is my music, and I just had to keep beating down that door of the stereotype that they try to box me in within. And just, now this is what I'm doing majority of, and the narrative changes slowly but surely. Just having that grace with people who want to conversate with you about what you used to do only. And just, making it current. Keeping them up with the current events. Like, yes, this is what I used to do, but this is not what I'm doing, and this is how I'd like to be addressed. It's like someone who changes their name. Like, maybe you knew someone in their life, like, I used to call you Pookie, but now you're, and then slowly, you start to call them their new name. So,
and it's so interesting to me, too, because being in the industry, maybe this is why I've always known you as a front-rated artist.
yeah.
And that I was always impressed that you could write, too. You know what I mean? Because I've always known you to be an amazing singer, dancer, all that type of stuff. So, was there a moment for you where you were like, I think it's easier to be behind the scenes, or I'll even say, what was it like over time, seeing so many people blow up off the songs you wrote?
This is taking over, yeah.
Hey, can you sing more?
I'm a matchmaker. To life with
That's suffocation, soulmate.
we had a great time. But I'm looking for more. You are what we call a unicorn. Marriage is a business deal, but love has to be on the table.
Memorial Day is right around the corner, and there is nothing more special than gathering with the whole family together to honor this important holiday. And baby, I found the perfect way to celebrate.
booking an incredible Airbnb by the lake and throwing something on the grill. So, y'all remember my winter ski chalet up in Bouquet? There it is. This spot is a year-round paradise. I mean, you're waking up to gorgeous lakeside views, breathing in crisp mountain air, all while the smell of barbecue floats up from the deck. That's the kind of magic I'm talking about. The space was everything. We had a massive deck where the grill master could show off their grilling skills, all while the rest of us played cards and slashed and late. And the game room, your girl might be a star, but everyone can catch these hands when it comes to Miss Pac-Man. Okay? What makes Airbnb so special is how it brings families together, all with more space for the family to spread out. Privacy when you need it, because you know sometimes the home is needed in. And locations that hotels can never reach. The Memorial Day that's coming up is time to create the precious family memories and moments in a space that feels like home. Whether it's a lakeside retreat like my Big Bear spot or any of Airbnb's most loved homes, these are the places where memories are made. This episode is brought to you by Saks. Spring has sprung. Okay, the fashion is fashioning and it is time to shed those winter layers and the butterfly coming out of its cocoon. Just like that, Saks Fifth Avenue lands on Amazon just in time to trade in those heavy coats for something a little more intuitive. From stunning Jean-Baptiste Valli pieces to fierce etro prints, every single dress, plump, clutch is ready to help you bloom into spring. Whether you need the perfect flowy dress for the spring weddings or some casual cool pieces for your weekend brunches or a new statement bag to elevate your whole transition wardrobe, it is all right there. Saks on Amazon. From women's and men's fashion to accessories that'll make your whole outfit pop, Saks is serving up everything you need, powered by the easy, seamless, and personalized Amazon platform. Now, y'all know I love putting some intro on, even when I'm in my business for a day. This spring, I personally got my eye on some statement pieces that can instantly elevate even the most conservative of looks. Maybe it's a classic boucle skirt suit paired with some sickening Dolce & Gabbana sequin platform pumps, or a breathtaking printed silk sheet from Etro with some over-the-top Stella McCartney shades. Baby, I'm trying to get springtime CEO glamour, and Saks on Amazon has got me covered. Get the Saks designer brands you love delivered just like that, new on Amazon. At first, it feels really, really, really exciting because you're an artist. And I do want to do things that help other people, even as an artist, like, charity work and things that help other people's dreams come true as well as mine. But also being a songwriter, you're proud. My first #1, I made this video to Bruno Mars song because it was celebratory for everybody involved. So I was happy to do so. I don't think I ever had a bitter moment. I was like, because that's a part of my story as well, being able to translate what someone wants to say into song form and communicate in that way. And sometimes in the studio, it feels a bit like a therapy session, and you want to be able to help anybody that you can really speak their truth. Yeah. So it's a part of artistry as well to me. So I always was like, this is really cool. It definitely is, because not everybody that writes songs can do it the way that I think you do it, or even like Taylor Parks with very bars. Incredible. She's able to produce my most current album, just keeping it, being in the studio with her. I know her as a friend, but being in the studio with her and that level of artistry was absolutely what you just said. It's a special thing to see somebody be able to take someone's emotions and turn them into music. Do you feel like because you guys had friendship before that she was able to understand you on a different level? Like, I mean, yeah, it reminds me of you and Ariana. Like, it's like one of those things where it's like there will be no deeper match. Right. Because this person has the skill and they know the instant contact with the inside scoop. Yeah. What this means for me. Yeah. What was that moment where you said to yourself, because I'm sure there had to be a moment where you were like, I got to put my head down for a second and really just only focus on me. Yeah. What was that moment, and was it hard for people that you were working with when they were like, when you were just like, I have to shut this door for now? I think it was divine timing, and it was God for sure, because when I stopped and paused was when Thank You Next was #1 and then 7 Rings was #1 back to back. I was like, I think I could take a little pause, but it was I knew it was eventually going to hit that count. So I was like, I think I can do this and take just a month to just think about what Victoria as an artist wants to do. But also perfect timing because she was releasing her album and she wasn't going to be in cycle yet. So
it was just like that perfect window of time that just made it happen.
Now, when you did On My Mama, like, did you write that right after you pooped the Hazel out? Like,
Yeah.
what was the timing? Were you in the damn living room like?
Yeah. Well, you know, I was working while I was in labor because I was about to release a single called XK. So I was in labor. It was a 2-day experience. So I was just on the machines, just texting my team on the group chats, just working. That's what I do.
That's it.
Multitask, always. But On My Mama came after a few sessions of, I went back into the studio about 6 weeks after having Hazel.
Yeah.
But I was still breastfeeding and healing and all of the things. So she was in the studio with me a lot with headphones, and like I had to take breaks and like try to feed her, and then my brain was really in two places. So a lot of the songs that I wrote when I first got in the studio was like, I don't like, my voice sounds different, it's a bit deeper, like just feeling those emotions, and my hormones were just obviously completely out of balance.
Mine too.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's what happened. But you just it feels so weird. It's like, damn, I was really hard to tell myself. Like, you think back to the things you were saying to you, and you realize, like, oh, it wasn't actually,
That wasn't me. Yeah, I was a different person. Yeah. So I did need something, a song that spoke to my future self and gave myself an affirmation. Like, I do look good. Like, I need to hear that myself, and just projecting that into the future so that when other moms hear it, they can sing it, and it's just an affirmation for everybody. And it didn't come easy, but it came. And all it took was to show up. You just gotta show up and keep being yourself and doing it.
Now, did you know when you heard it, this is a hit?
I didn't quite know.
But you made so many hits. I mean, like, so it's like, maybe there's a feeling that hit makers feel when they're like, I know.
I knew I loved the song. I didn't know that it was my one. You know, you just kind of guess, and I don't think A&R is my job. My job is to just put up the shots, and then let the scoreboard tell me who won. But like, I really, really am glad that was the song that went, because it was about motherhood, and that was the journey that I was on. So it just perfect. God again. Like, I didn't expect a song about my mom to be the biggest thing. So.
And I gotta talk about the visual, because it was such a huge cultural moment. Like, I think it was like, obviously the nostalgia, but then also like the current twist that you put on it, the look and the feel of it. I think the choreography was obviously by Sean who is exceptional. I mean, what went into that video? Like, did you immediately have that idea? Like,
I did know that I wanted it to feel retro, because I really, I enjoyed the 2000s so much.
Sure.
Before social media, before all the things, the pages, the to-go jeans, I don't know pages, but like, I know, the older generation. I wasn't that old.
My older cut.
Yeah.
I watched
it. Right, and the flip phones. So I also love themes and costume parties and stuff. So I was like, wouldn't it just be fun to bring all that stuff, the baby fat back, and just the certain memories and nostalgia that you see stylistically, but then with current dance.
Yes.
So I just wanted that vision to come to life, and did a lot of digging and Pinterest boarding.
Yeah.
And it was so fun to do.
It looked like you guys had fun. And then seeing Hazel come out there, I mean, oh my gosh. How do you feel like, when you said a little bit about it, how did becoming a mother impact your artistry and when you moved in the industry?
I think one thing motherhood definitely taught me is time management. I used to be in that studio for hours and hours and hours, 3 a.m., like no limit. But I think the 10,000 hours that I put in before taught me that I could do the same great work within 2 hours as I would have done in 10 hours now, just to make sure that I can be multiple places during the day. So it really taught me different time management and communication. Also, I feel like when I hear moms talk about having their children, and sometimes the story attached to it is, I gave up everything to raise the baby, and then it becomes resentment when they're older. I never wanted that to be on Hazel, or that to be her story. So I'm like, I have to raise this amazing child and be uber present, but also make sure that I never abandon myself and my dreams and keep this thing going. So the duality was super important. So she doesn't feel that weight when she's older. If I'm doing it every I'm like, I just gave her dreams.
And was there any pre-roll planning? Like, did you know to yourself, like, I'm about to have Hazel this year? Or was it kind of like, oh shit, I'm pregnant and I'm going to figure it? So was it that it kind of came upon you. You were like, yo,
that pandemic and the tequila.
Don't let it be a fine man.
Well, yeah.
Literally. And obviously you guys co-parent now, and it feels,
Yeah.
I love to see that even the way that you came to the internet about it, it seemed all very like well thought out. I mean, it's never easy, I would imagine, separating from someone that you don't necessarily think you're gonna separate from, but it's not ideal, but you seem to have been handling it well.
Yeah, I feel like I'm super blessed to have a partner who understands that also that Hazel will eventually be able to see things, and
That's right.
he was able to, compose himself, and so was I. Any of the messy parts happened face to face.
Yeah.
And we're able to now easily co-parent. He's super committed to it. He has a great head on his shoulders. His mom did a wonderful job with him. So I feel blessed to have that in a partnership.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, we did see you connected with Stormzy. But where's the tea? I pop that out. Anybody got water, anything? And I was hanging out with him at the neck down, and I said, you know my girl. So yeah, you know my girl. He's like, yeah,
Oh,
you're cute.
yeah, he's a really special guy. I have so much respect for him, and I got to learn more about him by dating him.
Okay, baby, this is we can home again. Hey, can you sing more? I'm a match maker. 6, 2, 5, 6.
That's all it takes to be soulmates.
We had a great time, but I'm looking for more. You are what we call a unicorn. Marriage is a business deal, but love has to be on the table. Tell me why Tropical Smoothie Cafe has your girl feeling more blessed than Sierra Square, with only the freshest smoothies, bowls, and made-to-order wraps. Tropical Smoothie Cafe is serving exactly what you need to turn your everyday into a mini vacation. Now, they did not come to play, y'all. The naturally sweetened detox island-giving smoothie at Tropical Smoothie Cafe, ooh, it has spinach, kale, mango, pineapple, banana, and fresh ginger. You name it. That Caribbean jerk chicken wrap with the kale and apple slaw upgrade. Oh, yes, honey. Eating your fruits and veggies has never been this fun. It's serving exactly what I started every night gala. Your excellence. So go on, order ahead. Take the scenic route and earn rewards with the Tropical Smoothie Cafe app. Download it today or visit tropicalsmoothiecafe.com to find a cafe near you. You're on tropic time now at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Baby, I have never, and I mean never, been more devastated than when I found out that some of y'all been sneaking around behind Domino's back just to get your stuffed crust fixed. Now, you know us Virgos are incredibly loyal, steadfast, cheating, especially on something as serious as Parmesan stuffed crust pizza, ain't gonna fly in this house. I saw y'all slide into those other pizza slots drive-thrus, ordering that cheese-filled crust like Domino's, and I went to find out about your little rendezvous. But sweetie, the healing starts today because Domino's just dropped their own stuffed crust, and now y'all got no excuse to keep stepping out on them like this. It's time to put those pizza cheating ways to rest. Domino's new Parmesan stuffed crust is serving pure decadence with that buttery, handmade dough wrapped around a cascading stream of 100% melty goodness. These are the cheese pulls of your dreams. It's very much a goofy movie level of ooey gooey cheese deliciousness. Oh, and of course, your girl can't forget about that signature garlic seasoning and Parmesan sprinkled dance on top of that perfectly baked crust, making every single taste taste like it was blessed by the pizza gods themselves. Think about it now. I'm already imagining the parm stuffed pie I've been planning on. Next time I'm placing my order, you best believe I'm having mushrooms, grilled onions, and some extra peppers just to keep the vegetables on top. Now, this is the kind of commitment I'm talking about. No more pizza cheating needed when Domino's is bringing this level of excellence to the table. Order Domino's new Parmesan stuffed crust pizza on the Domino's app and use code KIKI to get any 3-topping Parmesan stuffed crust pizza for $11.99. Price is higher for some locations. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary. Delivery orders subject to local stores delivery charge. I love you, girl. But it was cute to see y'all together.
Yeah, it was my first. I felt deeply, so deeply for him, and we didn't even get together yet. like the internet doesn't know, but the first time that you saw us in that picture, you see that our picture, that's the first time of us really hanging out hard, like in his city. So I was like, oh my God, it's everywhere before we're even starting. So
And that
that
can
was
be a
interesting to
lot.
navigate, yeah.
You know, especially like, you know, I've never really dated anybody in the press. I'm not sure how much of dating people in the industry you've done, but it's so crazy how much when two celebrities get together, it becomes such a thing. You know, I'm sure that was difficult, you know, weird.
Yeah, because we would have wanted to announce on our own time and everything was official and, you know, roll out the red carpet for everybody to see it when it developed its perfect state. But that was just the beginning too, like, oh God. The rest of it, but we had a blast together. We had such a great time and there's mutual respect there and support and no backlash, always love.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had nothing but great things to say about you.
And I feel the same.
You've also spoken about being bisexual. I don't know if you would call yourself bisexual or fluid, but you've spoken about that as well, which I think now we're in a different time of people are more open to talk about the dualities of who they are.
Yeah.
But what made you feel like that was something you wanted to share? Because people don't have to share.
You know, I was conflicted a lot of my life about it because growing up in church is restricted and you can't talk about that and we don't do that and it's like something wrong with you.
Yeah.
But coming to LA, I feel like I found a great community of people who are supportive and have those same characteristics. So I was like, okay, felt more empowered to do so. And also to tell my truth. I felt like a weight was lifted and my aura changed as soon as I was able to tell my truth. And I wanted to keep that in even my artistry, making sure that the pronouns that I'm using are, if I'm going to talk about a woman, it's she. I don't have to be like he if the song's about a female. So I think it kind of just came out. Yeah, I couldn't hold it any longer. And I think that's just a part of being authentic and true to ourselves.
I think as a young woman and as a Black woman, like you said, as a faithful woman, all these things sit on top of us and they sometimes stop us from bringing the nuance that we're supposed to bring to those spaces. So I love that, you know, whatever you did, you sharing it, that you felt comfortable to, because I do think it shows people that you can be all those things. You can be a Christian, you can be Black, you can be a woman, you can be this, you can be that, and that.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's amazing. Yeah. It's okay to share.
Yeah, yeah. What made you want to write Everywhere You Are? This is a book about separation anxiety, which is huge for any working mom, and even a stay-at-home mom when your baby goes to school. It can be tough.
Right.
So how did you come to wanting to like write this book about that?
I think at first when I started working again after having these lots of experience in my mom being away and like, you know, trying to balance your love for someone and your love for something.
Yeah,
your love for yourself and what you want to do.
Yeah, that is so huge. I have a passion that I love.
Yes.
I have a baby that I love, and I have a new one.
Yeah.
How do I split that time?
Mm-hmm.
It's tough.
It's really, really tough. I have to say, you, my friends, are
killing it. Oh my
you're
God,
doing amazing. It's so amazing to see you balancing. It's like you're in a hat store. Like, wow.
Thank you so much. I feel like we're all giving each other energy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
oh, you can do that.
Yeah. We're all being like, hey girl, and it's like you're feeling that vibe. When I'm seeing you do like this, girl. For me, what did it with you was when I seen the abs. I said, Kiki, it's time to go. Because if it's one don't have abs, I need to have abs too.
Yeah, and
you know, so when you see somebody killing it, like you kill it. So thank you. I received that because we need to see that in each other.
Yeah, motherhood is the best thing I always say.
Girl,
I mean, together. Yes. So the book, I wanted her to have and other children to have something ingrained in them from young to understand that presence doesn't always have to be physical. It's with love, it's energy, and just kind of relieving some of that tension early on. Yeah, and sometimes that I love you and I miss you isn't enough. And you can read a book about it, and you can see about it, and you can see examples of people who are also having working parents, you know, leave the country or you know, a community of people who are experiencing that. And so the book, I feel like, brings people together and a lot of that message to me.
I mean, as a musician, as a songwriter, language is such an important tool.
Yes.
And so putting language to things, I think, is so important.
Yeah.
So the fact that a kid can now understand even what separation anxiety is, or like what it means when one is away.
Yeah.
Even the mom being able to have this kind of book to give explain that to the child is like, it's incredible. What was the process like?
Yes, the process, I wrote a couple versions of the book, and Hazel was able to to experience all of them. So she kind of, I would judge it based on what lines she would remember and what she liked. And so she kind of like an editor, and I had the perfect audience, test audience in my tutoring. So it was great. Now when she reads the book, she doesn't read yet, but she knows what's on each page because we read it together so many times. Yeah. And she's quoted the book now. She's like, I'll always be with me, always be my sister. Like, so she's really remembering it. So I know that is going to travel with other families.
Well, the book has such a poetic tone. I wonder, did you intentionally make it? I mean, you did tell me you started poetry, so maybe that's why. But like, did you mean to make it kind of musical?
No, I just maybe it's just a writing style. Yeah. This is my first book, so maybe I carried some of the songwriting into the book world. But it was super fun to do. I want to do so many more. I have the next concepts already. So
yeah. I can't wait, and I'm taking this home with me. Please. I'm so steal it.
Honestly, I hope you
thank you for giving me the blessing.
Yes. I'm honored.
Also, I like this thing what you do in the book where the metaphor of you and Hazel is the moon and the star characters. Yes. They symbolize you too. What's the metaphor behind that?
Well, when I look out in the night sky, as a stargazer myself, who likes to just see the sunsets and just see the sky. Sometimes when you look out in the sky, you don't see the moon from where you're standing, but you know logically as an adult that it is there. And so I wanted her to have that metaphor, something that she could see, that she can go outside like, okay, I'm aware that the moon isn't there, but I see some stars, so that's me, and my mom's somewhere in the world, in the universe, doing her thing, but stars and moon go together. There is no universe where there is no star and no moon. So it's a great symbolism. I feel like the kids can really understand that.
Oh my God. You give me such a feeling of like, I can't say those words, but this is how I feel. That's the heart that you have. It's so sweet when you talk about Hazel. I see you with Hazel online and stuff like that, but just, talking about this book and hearing about it now, it's such a sweet thing. I can feel that special vibe.
We love each other. We love each other so much, and we are trying to hang out with y'all. So whenever you have a convention, yes, come over and
like Hazel is a Grammy winner. You know what I mean? Like, so I didn't literally get on her level. So and he's available today. Okay. I know she's the older woman, but he's looking for people that are available.
Yes, it's a girl.
How was that journey of like going through that Grammy process? I'm sure like you, congratulations.
Thank you.
And then having her be a part of that.
Oh, it meant the most.
That's the coolest thing ever.
Because the thing is, candidly, when you get pregnant in the music industry, I don't know how it is, today, but when I got pregnant, it was a thing. It was like, are you sure you're at the beginning of this precipice of your career? Are you sure? Like, what's the rush? And you can't do both. And now we're seeing women on the stage pregnant. And you're pregnant. Yeah. Actually, all of my success, my biggest success, came after my biggest blessing. So, like,
hey, are you single? I'm a matchmaker.
2, 5, 6. But I'm looking for more. You are what we call a unicorn. Marriage is a business deal, but love has to be on the table.
Take that. So yeah, she's the youngest Grammy nominee ever. Yeah. She's co-narrating the book. Yeah. I mean, she's busy. What would you want her to take from you, from seeing you do what you're doing, and for also you putting her part of this? Like, what do you think? Does she talk to you about what she thinks and knows?
Oh, I need to show you this video because the other day I recorded, she said, one day when I grow up and I'm older, I'm going to be a better singer than you, and we can both be better. And I was like, well, what else do you want to do? And I want to be an amazing artist and a songwriter. I'm like, oh, so you know exactly what you want to do. But the one thing I want her to take is really the perseverance and patience, and like that was one thing. Perseverance, patience, and all of it, and like happiness. Whatever she decides to do, make sure that she's happy, because there's too many scenarios where people are going to jobs that they don't like. And I feel like if the barista at Starbucks actually wanted to be there, it would be much nicer. You know what I'm saying? So like, do the thing.
There's nothing wrong with being a barista.
There's nothing wrong with it. But if you love making coffee, make best coffee and make it your job, make your passion your job, and do what makes you happy. So that's what I learned.
Speaking to that sweet spirit that I'm hearing with Paige, but also I'm seeing it dealing with you, how did you stay that way, Victoria? Because I think a lot of people don't understand how hard it is in our industry. You're talking about being in the studio late nights. I know what going down in the studio late nights, how hard it is. You're sometimes the only girl, and people make sure you know that. You know what I mean? It's a lot of work. You know what I mean? You've been doing this for a minute. How did you keep your spirit so pure?
I think it's God. I think it's really God, because there's so many dark holes, black holes that you go into in this music industry. Sometimes you get a little tempted. You're like, well, they're making it by doing these things. Maybe that's what I need to do. But just remain you and remain centered with God, and keep your family close. Also, I realize that the most humble and successful people who are sane have their parents or a relative or somebody from their childhood around still. So don't lose your day ones. I think that's a big part of it too, because they can remind you, like, girl, you couldn't even afford pedicure, so don't play with me. You know what I'm saying? They knew you. Yeah. Damn, nigga. So what were you thinking when you heard and the Grammy goes too? Oh my God. I never felt butterflies like that before. I could believe it because it's everything that I wrote down and wanted to manifest, but also like when it actually happens to you, there's just like, it's a crazy feeling. So walking up those stairs on the way, I'm just thinking about everything, and I'm almost hyperventilating. It really, like, you can't believe it. So it was amazing. I wanted to bring everybody who ever helped me on that stage. I'm like, everybody come up and give your flowers too, because I did not do this alone. Oh my God, I didn't do it alone. So
I love you. This is so true. It takes a village. It takes a village.
Yeah.
15 years grinding.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of old soul in the music. Seriously. I mean, I'm right there with you. Yeah. It's like, when things keep happening, I'm curious for you, like, when you're checking off these things from your manifestation list, does it feel the way you thought it would? Like, when you said to yourself, I'm going to win a Grammy one day, like, did you feel like that new person, or was it kind of like, oh, I was already her?
That's a great question. I feel like maybe it's a little bit of both. Like, it's the person that I've always been, but now people will recognize me. They see me as that person. So it just definitely changes the way people speak and approach it. Like, it changes everything. It's like a verified sticker. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Like, I've always had, it's the same album that it was yesterday, but now it's a Grammy Award-winning album today. So it does change a lot. So stay in constant gratitude, because I sometimes forget how many things let me slow down. I always write out my goals, and when I'm updating the goals, I'm deleting the old goals that I've accomplished and replacing them with new ones. So it's so nice to see what has actually transpired, because sometimes it's in the background, things that you wanted to happen and it actually happened, but you forget that you even wished for it 5 years ago. Oh my God, it's here. So it is nice to pause and have people around you that are willing to celebrate those little wins with you. Like, girl, do you realize what just happened to me? Like, even sitting here today, I'm a fan of yours. So like, I'm like, okay, this is what happened today, and this is what I got to do. Lucky me. Just pausing and being grateful.
I feel the same way. I remember just, when I was doing Enemies video shoot, and you guys came in.
Yes.
That's one of, like, my memories of me and you, like, on the Enemy set.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just remember, and you were always with that wavy hair right there,
Yes. What a way.
Yes. Now, you compared yourself to a bad boy.
Yeah.
Which is quiet, focused, and striking at the right moment. What was your pounce moment? I'm sure you've had so many.
Yeah.
But if you could think of your most recent, that's happened in all this most recent success, what was that pounce moment?
I think one of my biggest pounce moments was that moment going into the studio and just carving out the time for myself. It's like, okay, here's my opportunity to strike. I've got all, my eyes are locked in on this prize. Let's go get it. So it's really been amazing to have a team that supports that vision, and because technically, what a publisher would say after a big moment of songwriting like that is like, guess what? Now everyone wants you to write their songs, so you need more songwriting. But I did the opposite, and it got me somewhere that I've always dreamed of also. So just really listening to your gut feelings, having a great team that's able to support that vision, and again, staying in constant gratitude. I start my day with a gratitude journal. I start my day reading this book called 40 Days to Enjoy Your Life. It's talking about God. It's talking about what manifests in your life when you're grateful for what you already have. You can find joy in the littlest things. So just we're all wanting to have more. We're all wanting to have it fast. Instacart, Instagram, like now. But the patience and being grateful for what you already have because that's what you wanted years ago. You already used to want to be.
Gratitude and patience, those are such great keys to happiness, and never putting your time up to somebody else.
Right,
Starting sure as hell over it,
right.
Absolutely. Focusing on you in this era where everything is always built off comparisons.
Yeah.
It's so important. It's tough. You did work with Usher, and he's everything. What was it like working with him?
It was amazing. Usher is such a great mentor. He always has tasteful advice, but it's not intrusive.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like critical or derogatory. He just lets you know.
It's very wise sage energy, which I guess is what you really do want from an icon. Especially if they're going to give you a time of their day. Yeah, it's like, he's done the show. And I felt the same way. Whenever I've had a conversation with him or something's going on in the zeitgeist, he'll just speak to it real suddenly.
Right. With the most magnificent words, I'm like,
and then you're like, yeah, you really are Usher. Yeah,
that guy.
You really are who you know you to be.
Yes. Honestly, that's how I feel about you. Like when I see you off camera, it's the same Kiki I see on camera. It ain't no like cut and you just completely different. You're such a joy to be around. You make people laugh. It's great, and you're so beautiful. I just have so many nice things to say, and I just want.
Me too. I gotta get the babies together.
I would love
so
that.
we're doing it. And I don't think you live far from him. I don't tell everybody where we live, but we share the same teams.
Okay.
So I know kind of where you're at. So we're gonna like that.
Even if I wasn't close, I'd try to. So just let me know when
they're gonna ship us. I don't know if they just keep on gonna
of course. Anybody that I feel like we're standing next to. Definitely.
I love you down. I'm so glad that you came on. And obviously, everywhere you are, I cannot wait to read this to my son. And everybody's got to check this book out. Congratulations on another feat.
Thank you. I love you. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Baby, this is Kiki. Baby, this is Kiki Palmer, yeah.
Hey, can you sing on? I'm a matchmaker.
2, 5, 6.
That's all it takes to be so nice.
But I'm looking for more. You are what we call a unicorn.
This episode is presented in partnership with Airbnb. Baby, Memorial Day weekend is all about family, food, and kicking off summer. And with Airbnb, you can celebrate in one of the most loved homes in America. All right, y'all, let's dive in. I made a goal sheet, and my first goal I wrote down was to get discovered. Period. And I said, once I got discovered, I want to sell 3 to 4 million items. Okay. And I was like, very, that's what they were talking about with this here. At the time, I remember that I've never said this before. It's like, I don't want to choose anything, but I think he's, and I didn't want to say this, and she finished, she said, well, why? And I said, yes. And he left my house on the elevator, told his friend at the time that came with him, he said the same exact thing that I said. And so it's just kind of amazing. There's a saying, when you know, you know. I'll be honest with you. I do want to have a family. What? Okay. Yes, girl. I do. I'm not going to even write a statement down, but I do. I was like, Wes's campaign, Dan, right now is so strong. And I said, babe, these folks is on your side.
I was in that room for hours. What are you doing? Give me the one right here. It says, what's the tea? Oh my gosh, me too, the tea. What's the tea? Come on, what's the tea? Let's go, baby. Yes, ma'am, we nailed it! You're like, girl, you are too! I am so excited about my guest today. She is someone you have literally grown up with. I have grown up with y'all, and she's had us dancing in our bedrooms to hits like One Two Step, Goody, Right, so we were just kids. And she is only continuing to level up over her Grammy-winning 20-plus year career as an entertainer, an entrepreneur, style icon, wife, mother of 4, and baby. She is just getting started with a sexy new single that's got people on TikTok swimming on folding chairs. Okay, we got a lot to talk about. Sierra, welcome to Baby This is Pinky Power. You look so good. Oh, that's thank you. Girl, I had to do the pigtails. I was trying to give CC to CC. You know you killed those pigtails. Oh, no. Yes. Now, I just saw you literally last week at the Met Gala. You were eating it up. That shortcut, even though it was a wig, but it didn't look like a wig. I almost thought you cut your hair.
Oh my gosh, first of all, thank you so much. We get to have fun with hair pieces. Like, that's the beauty of it because I love blonde. I feel like if I take my hair blonde, it's gonna all fall out. So I like using the hair pieces to create what I call hair magic.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Right? And so that was really fun.
But it was so tapered to the neck. When you do a big shortcut, it really go bad. I don't know who did that night. Yeah, that was Caesar. Oh my gosh, Caesar, you guys have been rocking for years. I love Caesar.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, it's so funny because my team in general, I just have to shout them out.
Yes.
My makeup artist, Yolanda Frederick Thompson. I say the whole name. Yeah. Because when she got married, the name, really. But she's the reason my first photo record when I was 16 years old. She's actually in the room. Yeah. So we're going on 24 years of being together. Not to date myself. And there's also Kaya who's in the room.
Yep, love Kaya.
And she's part of my team as well. And we are at least 16 years or almost 17 years in. So my whole team, they've been here for a long time. And we have done so many things together. We have so much fun trying things and we just have moments like the Met Gala where we all feel so proud.
Shout out to LaQuan Smith.
Yeah, shout out to LaQuan.
I mean, you, Sierra, have been groundbreaking in fashion. I mean, I remember from the beginning, One Two Step Goodies, all the way up until now. When did fashion become such a serious thing for you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, fashion has always been my jam. I was always playing in my grandma's closet, my dad's closet. I'm a tomboy.
Yeah.
So back in the days when the Ralph Lauren tracksuits and Nautica was a thing, I'd be grabbing his shorts. I like baggy clothes. I like oversized. He was also in the military. My mom was also in the Air Force. But I would pull out the army fatigue outfits in the closet. And also, for some reason, this is coming to my mind. Remember back in the days, the cornstarch, the spray?
Oh my gosh,
with the crease down the middle of the pants? The little bitty details, that was my jam growing up. Just I was always into fashion. And like I said, everything my grandmother did, she always did big. So my family is kind of like that. They always go big.
Yeah.
And it's kind of in me. It's, the
sauce is not on me,
it's in me. Yeah. So I've always loved fashion. And I think it's such an amazing way to express yourself and get people to kind of feel you. You can say a lot without saying anything through your fashion.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
And you were there. It was great to see you reunite with another favorite fashion girlie of ours, Reed. I haven't seen you guys connected. So, I was there on the internet in the Twitter days, but it was that big. So how fun was that when you now are grown women, mothers? How was it seeing each other?
So good. Yana she is killing it.
Yeah.
Obviously being women that are I would say living our lives as moms, it's really cool to see how we can do it all. And I think she's another great example of that. And she's always so funny and so sweet. It's funny because we were chatting the last Met Gala together. And so to see her now with her new book, another one. It's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, you guys probably have seen each other in private before then and had y'all own. Yeah, so this is kind of as the audience and the fan, time seeing you guys.
And I think I mentioned somewhere recently where she had sent me a DM just randomly and just saying, she said, I'm so proud of you. And it was so sweet, to feel that love, to hear that from her, and we both just sharing back great sentiments. But again, she's done such an awesome job with building her empire. And, it's good vibes. And it's very sweet.
I love to see that, and I love that us fans got to see that. It was an awesome moment. Good to see you guys celebrating each other. Now, another great thing about the
We can say we do know that our friends don't
These boys. Okay. Because this is, I'm like, already ready? And I'm ready to sing though. I'm not trying to put the pressure on you, but you brother keeps telling us. And you guys were there to make that. This was his first time with
First time together.
How did he feel?
That was
Did he like it?
cool. He really enjoyed
Okay,
it.
good.
He didn't know what he was walking. He was like, what is it like? What are you doing? It's like a museum, babe, and then we're gonna eat and we're gonna watch the performance and that. But he was so amazing. Like, I honestly had a dream of us going to the Met Gala together. For years. He was always working on the West Coast. We played for Seattle and and the other teams. And Pittsburgh was a little closer, but not quite in New York. So, when you have that, travel challenge, there's no way to make it to the East Coast because the time goes before.
Yeah.
So he would be able to practice and then go after. So, luckily, being in New York and him being a giant, I'm so excited for him. He could leave from practice. He went from MetLife to the Met. So,
That's right.
It was really cool. I was so happy. I was like a little girl. And when we got dressed up for the night, he was in one room and I was in the other. So, because he's so sweet. He's like, she be having a whole lot going on. And he does too, because he was like PT work and everything.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, I'll let you have your space. And then we kind of, he checks in and it's cute. But I didn't see him until he was fully dressed. And vice versa for me. So it was kind of like walking out on the way kind of thing.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
really cute.
And I love hearing you talk about the athletic aspect because I remember we had the same trainer for a while. He was like, you need to know Sierra's an athlete. You know what I mean? Because you did track.
I ran track.
Yes.
I was also a cheerleader. Growing up, shout out to the cheerleaders because they have to get the cheerleaders.
Yeah, my sister was a cheerleader.
Okay.
Absolutely, the cheerleader girls are athletes. You
It's-
don't realize.
That's his sport.
It does.
Yeah. So I ran track. Yeah, we do. So I understand what he does, and being a performer also requires like a great level of athleticism and coordination and endurance. Like, I can't believe how much I'm loving running these days, like doing cardio and training. Like, cause I really don't like running, but I've been liking it lately for some reason. And I think it's just knowing I'm gonna have good endurance for when I hit the stage. Like that's important too.
Yeah, and sometimes runner's high is a real thing. When you run, you kind of feel like, oh, floaty, you know what I mean? That high from burning out all that energy.
Yeah, when you're running, or training, especially when you don't want to do it.
Yeah.
That's when something good comes out of it. I be feeling like when I leave the gym, I'm like, I need to just some up. Like I feel so good. Like I'm so grateful.
Yeah, it's so true.
I feel so proud of myself too when I really didn't want to do it.
Especially early morning.
Oh my gosh, early
5 a.m., 6 a.m.
Let me tell you, for the Met Gala, this girl right here was eating air chips, air hamburger, air fries. I said, I'm about ready. He said, and them real fries. But I was on it because I had to travel and stuff. I had a training session at 4:30 in the morning. That's my girl. Okay, I had another plane shortly after. To a state like it was crazy, but I was like, we're gonna do what we constitute.
I love
that.
That's
not good though.
And that's why you look so amazing. I want to go to your childhood because you mentioned it a bit about, you grew up as an army brat. You know what I mean? When you were Germany, Utah, Nevada, all over the world. How did music find you? Was that something that grounded you growing up?
That was in me. I have to give credit to my mom and my dad. My grandma and my grandpa, just growing up, music always surrounded me. They always played music, and it did a great range of music. And then it was really cool when I lived in places like Germany because the music people here, they'll be so world, like you're hearing music all over the world.
Yes.
So for me, I think it really helped me as a songwriter. Like melodies is like one of my strongest, themes when it comes to writing. Melodies and catchiness, like. I can hear a hit pretty good. And I can just know, like,
what's gonna make, what's gonna cut through. And I really believe that a big part of that is because of how I grew up, with how I listened to music, and how I was exposed to music.
Yeah.
So it's always been in my soul, and with dancing, I've always loved dancing. As soon as I could walk, I was dancing. I was that little girl.
Yeah.
And so I've always had an appreciation for it. It's always been something special for me. Like, the day that I knew I was going to become an artist, I remember I was watching Michael Jackson perform, and I'll never forget it. When he smiled, there was a feeling that I felt. And I was like, I'm gonna do that. And I had goosebumps all over my body. But there's also something about how I hear music. Like when I hear music, it does something different to me. I think I hear it from a different perspective, than probably a good bit of people, but that's the artist in me.
Yeah.
So I've always just had a strong connection to it, and I was never trained to do any of what I did. I didn't take any classes, vocal lessons. I didn't have anybody teach me choreography growing up until I became an artist. But that was like God's gift to me. And I knew like this was ordained for me. Like, God, this is what you gave me. And it's such a gift to be able to do this thing.
And I mean, you started so young, and OG Sierra fans are gonna know you started out in girl group.
Yes, I
Hearsay, yeah. Like what? So how did you find that group? How old were you? And like, why didn't it work out? When did you realize, oh, I'm not a girl group girl? I'm a Sierra.
So it's funny because let me tell you. Okay, let's try to be as short as I can. But the power of manifestation is real. Okay, so I remember sitting at home, and I had missed school this day. I don't know. I think I was sick or something happened, and I was just thinking about my life, like, what am I gonna do, like, post high school? Because this is the time when people were like signing up for, colleges and all that stuff. Like I'm in ninth grade-ish, and I'm like, what is my thing gonna be?
Yeah.
And so I wrote down a goal sheet. Okay, I made a goal sheet, and my first goal I wrote down was to get discovered.
Period.
And I said, once I got discovered, I wanted to sell 3 or 4 million albums.
Okay.
This
is a second manifestation. This is what they were talking about with this Sierra's prayer.
Oh,
You're doing it every class, taking on my life.
And then my third goal was to have longevity. Okay? So, no lie. I swear to you, no lie. 2 weeks after I wrote this down, someone asked me to audition for a group. It was like, they knew that I wanted to be a singer because we were all talking about it at lunch. So they remembered that, and they said, there's a girl who's looking for a third group member. Would you want to audition? I was like, sure. Like, this is crazy because, I literally just said this 2 weeks ago. So I sang on the phone. I sounded a hot mess. Like, I don't even know why they wanted to see me after that, because it was Checky Boots. But, okay, they still wanted to see me. They saw me in person. I auditioned, and I made the girl group. And, I was probably like the 5th rotating member of my role. So there were 2 girls that were in the group, but they kept trying to get this third member right.
Yeah.
So, that was that. So, did that, and I think I kind of came in a little ambitious. Like, I'm like, you got these groups here, you got these groups here. We got to be out here, like, we need to be out here. That endurance, we got to be, I was super turned up. But I was super clear on my vision of what I wanted to do. And unfortunately, the group didn't work out. But that was my opportunity. And I knew I always wanted to be a solo artist, but I still felt like this is a great chance. Like, let's start here, and we'll see where it takes me. And so I signed my first publishing deal when I was like 14, 15. Yeah, and then, an admin deal, as they would say. And then I signed my first recording contract at 16. So fast forward to, signed my deal at Arista Records as my dream record label. Okay, I wanted to be signed to Arista. And then my first album, I put out Goodies. Remember that goal sheet, right? So I got a discovered check. Okay, and then I wrote down how I was going to do it. Going back to that first goal checker offer thingy that I wanted to check off the list. When I did write down how I was going to be discovered, I'm putting myself talent shows, I'm doing this. I went to go sing the national anthem for my high school, and I remember I cracked in the middle of like the air, and I was like, sorry. And I kept singing like, but I was like, we're starting somewhere, okay?
No, you said
it's the
sweet, and I kept never died.
Yeah, but again, fast forward to sign my deal 16 years old with Arista, and then I put out Goodies when I was 17, 18 years old, and then that album sold not only 4 million, but I sold 5. And then the third goal was to have longevity, and now it's 21 years since my first album release. So,
my God. First of all, congratulations. That's incredible.
And I had to ask because obviously in the midst of all that, things don't go, I mean, so much of this went exactly as you had planned. But then I'm sure there were moments that didn't go exactly as planned, even though they might have gone better or in a different direction. How did you stay faithful in that?
Faith is the way.
Yeah.
Honestly, that is like single-handedly, I would say one of my, I don't want to say superpowers, but one of my superpowers, like internally. Like without faith, I don't know where I would be. Like there's many times where I've wanted to like maybe like, I doubted myself or like something to go how I wanted it to go, and like I'm like, well, what does that mean? And then you keep trying hard, you keep the same thing you've done for things to work and it doesn't work. Like what do you do then? So for me, you have to double down on your faith, right? It's being able to see the light at the end of the tunnel, especially when it feels dark, right? And so that's kind of the only way. That's how I stay up. Like,
Yeah. What would you say was that first big moment for you, especially having all this consistent success? When was the moment where you, because on the outside looking in, it's like Sierra's always been Sierra, but I'm sure there were moments where you were like, oh, this changed things. Like, was it after Goodies? Was that okay?
Yeah. So I remember. I won't necessarily say the song, but I just remember like having songs back to back to back be like number one song in the world, number two song in the world, top 5 in the world, top 2 in the world, back to back. And there was a song that I did that I really loved, but I did it with an artist, and this artist was like on fire. But
I think I don't. I'm not gonna say.
Don't say it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say.
Because I don't want people to like.
No. Yep.
Should I say it? Because I never said it.
Memorial Day is right around the corner, and there is nothing more special than gathering with the whole family together to honor this important holiday. And baby, I found the perfect way to celebrate. Okay, and throwing something on the grill. So, y'all remember my winter ski chalet up in Big Bear? There it is. This spot is a year-round paradise. I mean, you're waking up to gorgeous lakeside views, breathing in crisp mountain air, all while the smell of barbecue floats up from the deck. That's the kind of magic. The space was everything. We had a massive deck with a grill master to show off their grilling skills, all while the rest of us played cards and splashed in it. And the game room, your girl might be one side, but everyone can catch these moves when it comes to Miss Pac-Man. Okay? What makes Airbnb so special is how it brings families together, all with more space for the family to spread out. Privacy when you need it, because sometimes you're home with them. And locations that hotels could never match. The Memorial Day that's coming up is time to create the precious family memories and moments in a space that feels like home. Whether it's a lakeside retreat like my Big Bear Spa or any of Airbnb's most loved homes, these are the places where memories are made. I would love to say, because I think I know, as Sarah
What song
saying.
you think it is?
I don't want to say. Can we say the first letter?
What is this title?
What is it? Okay, is it a few words?
It's 2 words. So you have a different song
what
in
is
your
it?
mind?
What is it? Tell me.
Oh no.
You have to tell me, please.
I have to
You have to tell me now.
Okay, so here's the deal, because I don't take this wrong, okay? But at the time, I remember that I've never said this before. And like, am I gonna say this? But at the time, I had this song. What's going wrong?
I'm very excited.
Because I never like say, because I know people are like, okay. So I had this song. Let me prep this first.
Please, yes.
So I had a feature song with an artist from Cuba. Okay, this artist was amazing. Okay, and they were all the time. But at this time, they had probably like 25 records at radio that were all like great records and features. So by the time I did it, I was like 26. Yeah. Okay. And I felt like creatively that wasn't necessarily what I wanted to do at that moment. But I mean, I loved the record. I was super excited about it. And I believe in the record. It was just more so like the strategy timing of like, guys, this is the best record to do. So you have to say it. But the song, it didn't work so well. And that was so well for T-Pain. That was a big moment for me because, and I love T-Pain.
Yeah.
He's amazing, right? But at that time period, it was like my label kept saying, you gotta do this, you gotta, every feature I had in my career that I've done,
was because, like, first of all, I went to work with him and we did that, but I was very intentional about my timing and how we were releasing the records, and at that time period, unfortunately, there was just so many records, so by the time someone goes to radio with a song B15K, they said, well, we got.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's feeling and then there's strategy with music that I think a lot of times
Timing
people
is
don't think about.
everything, you know, and so my label really pressed me about that. And unfortunately, that didn't work. And it was a bit of it was a process after that, like for me to try to like get things back on track. And me and my label just wasn't in sync. We weren't in sync at that time period.
And what was so interesting about you is because you always gave sexy and grown, but when we met you, you were a kid. You were really young. How old? 17 or what?
I was 17. Yeah. I came out of high school. Yeah, so 18 years old.
Yes.
When I met
So we also saw you grow up. Like I remember when your music changed and when I started seeing fashion change, and you just became a woman, and that impacted your music. I mean, it went from being the Atlanta princess to the Atlanta grown ass woman. And we all watched that happen. So I'm sure for you, yeah, sound was changing, music was changing, your relationship with your label was changing, what they expected from you.
Yeah.
How did you, like, for you, did you always see the North Star where you are now? Like, you did.
Yeah, because you know what's amazing? That goes back to faith.
Yeah.
Right? It's like what you don't know is when you have this beautiful dream of what you want to make happen in your life. Yeah. It looks beautiful, right? When you dream, dreams are beautiful. Dreams are like big and they're like perfect and they're like it's a dream.
Yeah.
Right? It's like a movie. But what you don't think about when you're dreaming big is the in-between stuff. And the in-between stuff is like sometimes it's not pretty and it's hard and it's ugly. I mean, ugly. You know, that's why I named my record label Beauty Marks Entertainment. I had a song called Beauty Marks because I said all the scars you get from the obstacles you face in life are your beauty marks. So that was like my way of looking at my life personally and professionally, like, you know, God, you're so good. Like, God, you're so faithful. Like, you know, things didn't feel so pretty when I was going through them. But like, they actually have a way of becoming beautiful. Like, the ugly does turn into pretty because you get so much from it, right? You gain so much wisdom from it. You get better, you get stronger because of it. And that underlying thing is faith.
Yes, what you're talking about is perspective. And sometimes I wish that was something they can bottle up, you know, and just give to people. Because it's like, you're not really any different from your heroes. It's the way that you think. You've got to be able to control the way you see things, the way you frame things. And something you said, I think it was in Parents Mag 2025, that being naive in the beginning of your career benefited you.
Yes.
In what ways? You know, what you said.
So,
I love that.
Because I said that, like, when I was this little girl with this big vision, like, I was committed to it. Like, I wasn't thinking about, like, you know, I'm a girl, I'm a young girl, I'm also a black girl.
Okay.
I didn't think of any of those things when I walked in rooms. I just thought about what I wanted to do. And I think that having that, what is it, naivety? How do you say naivety?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Having that perspective and just being so gun-ho about what I wanted to do. And when I was told no was good for me because I was like, oh, okay, you kind of wish you said yes. And I was like, oh, okay, well, it pushed me.
Yeah.
But I think having that perspective allowed me to walk into rooms confidently with my vision, committed to my vision, and to actually make things happen.
Yes.
Right? You know, because if I thought about all these things that you don't know actually can work against you, then I'm already walking to the room with my shoulders down.
That's right. I think that's so powerful. I think it's so amazing that something that you can teach your girls. You know, because it's like, I felt the same way growing up with my mom. Now, I was aware of things, but also I felt like that awareness doesn't mean that I have to carry that in the room with me. And I think I still hold on to that naivety as much as I can today.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's just simply believing. Because I think about those that have come before me, you know, especially with men in particular.
Mm-hmm.
They be committed to the talk.
Okay, too committed.
And they say what they want. They do. What they do is like, why can't we say what we want? Like, right? Like, or even if it's a successful woman, like, it's so inspiring when I see a woman do her thing. You know, it's like, I can do that, right? So to your point, for my girls, I want them to know, like, if you believe in whatever it is that you want to do, you can do it, right? Listen, it may be hard, but you can do it, right? And so I hope that when they look at me, I'm an example of that. Like, that's
how do you think that motherhood
impacted you? Because I know for me, like, I thought I was strong and I thought, but after I had my son, I'm like, whoa, I can do something. Like, so what was something that changed in you that when you started, having your children, where you're like, oh my gosh, I'm actually this girl?
Come on now.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, when I look at these 4 kids, I'll be like, CC, you're doing some things, CC. I'm not gonna lie. Because these kids be tired me out. I'll be like, oh my God. I be tired. I swear, my car is my office. And then sometimes you sit in the car and you think you're in pure tranquility. And then one of your kids come knocking on your door. I said, oh my God. It's a kid on every corner in my house.
Oh, and the poor kid is
I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? When I look up and I see them, I just feel so proud. I feel like you're really doing something. Like it puts the in purpose for me. I remember when I had my first baby, when I had Future, he was born 9 pound 10 ounces. Yes, ma'am. And then I was like, like I was in the kitchen like, yeah, I did that. The doctor said, I was like out of there. It's like right over there. It was like, how much does he weigh? It's like 9 pounds 10. I said, I got both of them left there. Like I did what? Like, but you feel so proud. Like, like it's really a blessing. And I don't know. I just feel motivated. Like, to go even harder. It's a lot of work. I'm not gonna lie. Like being a mom is a full-time job.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if people really understand that. Like, so even a mom is a stay-at-home mom, that is a job.
It's true.
Right?
Yeah, you never rest because you're always wondering, there's always concerned, about that child.
Listen, if you don't sleep, that is a real thing. And let me tell you something, because I said I got my 4 precious babies, and I got Russ. That's my big baby. Okay, so this is how we go in my house. Okay, he wake up at 4:30 every day for football. I love that. Okay, so we start there, and then we got the little ones at 6:30. I'll be like, how? I just gotta say, Lord, this is my life. So we're gonna accept it. So then I can accept that I don't get to sleep. Oh my gosh. But it's such a blessing.
It is such a blessing. I mean, your music, when I think about how that impacted your music, you always, like I said, had sex with it, whether it was tomboy chic or just going full sexy love sex that. Do you feel like there was an expectation with your artistry that, now that you have kids or that you're married, that now your music will change, or who you are as an artist should change?
It's funny. I used to be scared to live my life in full for many years because in our industry, it was taboo. Like to have a baby made you all of a sudden become old or like it's a wrap. Like that was how we kind of came up in the industry.
Right.
So I was gonna say.
I was just at, we were going on the thing of like how it impacted music. Now that
So now, but the thing is that people are living. You have to live. Like,
right.
We have to live as, we're human just like anyone else in that regard. And that to me makes my life more full.
Yeah.
Right? And to me, there's no greater feeling than waking up with the love of my life every day and knowing that he's there. And knowing that we're building a family together and we're building a legacy together. I feel so blessed that we're also doing things together, whether it's through our Why Not You Foundation or, we have Free Brand. Thank you so much. We have Free Brand, Russ's kids brand with Nike and, and that's growing and our kids are a part of that. We photo shoots together and, and then to just be out here doing my thing and finding out, I don't know, it's, I feel empowered.
And you're empowering so many of us to see that we can do it all. And that's what we need. We love to see that. We love to see each other win because it just continues to raise the bar and say, why not? Why can't I have it all? Why can't I live this full? Yeah.
Why not? Like, but doesn't life feel good when you come here, you're working so hard too. I gotta give you your flowers. No, I'm serious because you have been doing this for so long. And your face is a baby face forever.
You know it's
real. I'm serious. But you have evolved in such a beautiful way. And when I saw that you were also having your first child, I know what that feeling is like. That is such a blessing, right? Don't you feel so good when you go home from a hardworking day to your baby?
Yeah, and he's scared too.
See what I'm saying?
It changed my life. And I think especially with You can relate starting so young, and so much of the purpose is just like who I dream of and how I can be, and you writing that and writing that and writing that, and then that baby comes and you realize it's so much bigger than that, and it just had so much more to give and why.
Yeah.
And it just changes. It's like, how did y'all try to make people believe that being a mama would make things less? It makes things more.
Yeah. No. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Okay.
Girl, I never felt so
So what I'm saying. Because I'd be like, I woke up today, I went to the gym, I took my baby to school, and I went to a couple conference calls. Then I got myself a little lunch. I knew that I kept my day moving. I picked him up from school, took him to baseball, took him to horseback riding. Then I came home and then I saw my name and I said, oh, she's doing that. Like, she's doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh, yes.
That's like purpose. Like, that is, and I remember running into a few of my friends and them telling me, like, I wish I would have, actually had more kids. Like, they were telling me that, and that actually really helped me because I'm like, you gotta live, right? Because biological time, you can't get it back. And at some point in time, things do slow down. So these kids, that's her legacy. And they're entertaining. It's walking TV shows every day. And everybody got different station with different programming.
Okay.
And it's funny and fun. And
My son is on Blippi.
Oh my gosh.
I'm cool with him. Blippi is his Jay-Z. Did I tell you?
Oh my gosh, Blippi be turning up. On child. Blippi got the song in your head. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, listen.
But this makes me think about your single run it up, where you say, no matter how many points I put on the board, just believe me. They gonna hate. I'm in a league of my own. I'm a wife. I'm a mom. I go pick my kids up in a race. You ain't gotta worry. You know that we're straight. Yes. What? I mean, you were probably in the energy we're talking about right now when you wrote that song. But I love how we still get that Atlanta CC, but it's evolved in a new language and a new environment. And I think that's really dope.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Shout out to Boss Man D-Lo.
Hey, Boss Man D-Lo.
Yeah, Boss Man, because he hopped on that record so quick for me. It's real. Like, that's my life, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes no matter how much you do, somebody gonna always have something to say, and that's just what I've accepted, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, right. You seem so Scorpio on Boss.
Come on now.
Yeah.
You got to be.
Okay.
Because you know what we think about, again, I go back to the base before, so the greater you great, the more they hate. Like, that's a real thing, right?
Yep.
And so when they have something to say, that's a good thing. Yeah. It's a good thing, yeah, right? So I've really mastered, like, my own personal, like, art of reading commentary.
Girl, and that is because you're you. You know what I'm saying?
You're so sweet.
Now, I want to just ask quickly about this fifth baby. You know what I mean? Like, when do you know you're ready for it? If you know what I mean? It's going to be ready for that.
Baby, this is taking over, yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Sex. Spring has sprung. Okay, the fashion is fashioning, and it is time to shed those winter layers like a butterfly coming out of its cocoon. Just like that, Saxon Avenue lands on Amazon just in time to trade in those heavy coats for something a little more temperature-raising. From stunning Jean-Baptiste Valli pieces to fierce etro prints, every single dress, pump, clutch is ready to help you bloom into spring. Whether you need the perfect flowy dress for the spring weddings or some casual full pieces for your weekend brunches or a new statement bag to elevate your whole transition wardrobe, it is all right there, Saks on Amazon. From women's and men's fashion to accessories that'll make your whole outfit pop, Saks is serving up everything you need, powered by the easy, seamless, and personalized Amazon platform. Now, y'all know I love putting some intro on, even when I'm in my business mode bag. This spring, I personally got my eye on some statement pieces that can instantly elevate even the most conservative of looks. Maybe it's a classy boucle skirt suit paired with some sickening Dolce & Gabbana sequin platform pumps, or a breathtaking printed silk sheath from Etro with some over-the-top Stella McCartney shades. Baby, I'm trying to get springtime CEO glamour, and Saks on Amazon has got me covered. Get the Saks designer brands you love delivered just like that, new on Amazon.
We just don't go where God leads us, I'll be honest with you. I do want to have a fifth baby.
What? Yes, girl.
I do. I'm not gonna even like skate around it. I do. I was like, Wes's campaign day right now is so strong. And I said, these folks is on your side. Yeah, what's going on? Listen, the day I had
Amora, our smallest baby, our most recent baby, I swear he said something else about a Fitbit. I said, that's disrespectful. You're talking about a 5
And I'm still
day. Oh my gosh. No, but honestly, I definitely want to have, another one for sure.
Yeah.
And we'll see where like time takes us. I will tell you this, I am not going to wait forever. I'm going to be honest, I'm not.
Yeah.
I do this, I keep getting a little older. But I do feel like my young self. But that is a real thing, so we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. What was it about Russell? Because at the time you met him, you were getting out of the situation. How did you know you were open to this great love? Like, did you see that around the corner, or did it surprise you?
I thought I was going to be single for a long time before he came to my life. And, there's this saying, when you know, you know. And I'll never forget the day that he came over to my house because, okay, so we were gonna go out to eat like at a restaurant. But the reality is that when you do that in our world, people preset the situation for you. So automatically your boyfriend, girlfriend, you don't even have a chance to date like normal people.
Yeah, because
Yeah. So we met in private, and I always say, I'm like, we were meeting as friends. He was like, I want to come be your friend. He said that to me, but because I don't know what you talking about, but but we were really, building and speaking, talking as friends, and he came over to my house, and at that time period, my dad was there.
Oh wow!
And my son was there. Okay, and I remember calling my best friend Yoli, who's in the room. Before he came over, it's like, Yoli, what do you think? Blah blah. And she's like, it's gonna be fine. Like, it's okay because I honestly felt safe out the gate through our conversation we've been having. I did. So, he came over and we literally talked on, I forgot to eat. Like, we both forgot to eat. We were supposed to get some food, but the food came much later. But, we talked and he was different. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, our conversation just at start and that moment was different. And so when he left, I remember calling Yogi and I said, Yogi, it's like, I don't want to jinx anything, but I think he's, and I didn't want to say this, and she finished, she said, the one, and I said, yes. And he left my house on the elevator, told his friend at the time that came with him, he said the same exact thing that I said. And so it's just kind of amazing. There's a saying, when you know, you know. When you know, you know. And it's different. I literally was saying this to someone the other day. I said, listen, in my life, I think as a woman, I've kind of felt the need to preserve sometimes and like protecting myself when it comes to love, right? Not saying that I didn't try, but there was like an ounce of like protection that I would have. And when you're in this place in life, when you're married, all that's off. Like, it's vulnerable at the highest level. And I said, if I could take a picture, if I could visualize my heart in his hands, right? And he's holding it up high, and he's not letting it fall. And so that's the place you want to be in to me when it comes to love. Like, you got to be able to, to feel that way, and he should feel the same way, right? And so, when you know, you know. And it's honestly a blessing, and I feel like I'm really working towards something every day because we're doing it together. Like, we're in this thing together, right? And so I just feel so blessed. I really do. Like, this is all God's working. Like,
That I really love and receive. I think it's so good to hear that. And I love when you share that. You don't have to share those personal things, but it's so good for women to hear. And guys too, love somebody. You know what I'm saying? And have that peace.
yes, if you don't love it. Don't be love bombing. Well, what camera do I talk to you? Listen here, y'all. Don't be love bombing folks, hyping them up to then letting them down. Like, male or female, don't do it. Because it ain't even right. Like, don't be afraid to love. Like, love big.
Love big, don't love bomb.
Don't love big, don't love bomb. I like that.
Okay, so 7-Eleven. Because I keep getting 16 eats. I have to talk about this album because I got a sneak peek of Pam Brown, and records are recording. I never said that before, but they were recording. And I just love that we're getting this album. Let's talk about, yes, where's CC now? What is that time in between that brought us to this record?
Yes, this project has been a labor of love for me. it comes out, as you said, 7/11. I'm excited for that day, and CC's kind of like that. It's my nickname, and growing up was that like little CC, CC go. But my fans, they also say to me, hey CC, or if I'm on a station, like go CC, go. And every time they'll just start turning up, I start getting a little respect that thing. So CC just felt very fitting because, to be honest with you, I felt a genuine and a personal connection with my fans through them calling me CC and just what that nickname has meant to me. But I just want to say thank you to my fans. I've been doing this independently. It's my second album release under my label, Marks Entertainment.
Yes.
And, I just want to say thank you to my fans for their support on the journey because they have single-handedly helped me up. At the moment I took the risk and Leave Faith to launch Level Up, right?
Yeah.
That was my first independent release. And my fans helped me bypass any approval system that existed because I've been through the journey for many years and you have to get the approval from the CEO of the company or this group has to like it, this marketing team has to like it. That's not fun. So I have a vision, of Level Up and what I wanted to do. And within one click of a button, launching it on my platform, through my imprint, directly to my fans, they said, this is the jam. So for me, my fans are the reason why I stand as an artist. They're the backbone to my world as an artist. So I just want to say thank you to them on this project. I'm giving them these records that I'm working on for almost 5 years. They have got a taste of some of the records so far, but I'm also here to tell you. Okay, so the track list has been, some people have seen it in this moment of my pre-save and pre-sale, my pre-download era of CC because it hasn't been out yet, but that track list is not going to be the same when the album comes out. And I'm so, okay, so the records you heard the new, yes, you heard the new.
It's good, y'all. And I love because I'm getting so many of the different eras and essences of you. And it reminds me, goes back, I'm telling you, all the way back to what you said, goodies, all of that. I hear so much. I mean, you also have a lot of fellow Atlanta natives on there.
Produced by Jazzy Bay.
You and Jazzy, that sound, you and him, that sound changed everything. Growing up, we were like, who the hell is Sierra? So I love on this new album how we get elements of that still evolve and getting new sounds that represent who we are right now. But I feel the essence of that with the essence of all these other elements that you brought to your artistry. So it's really fun. Got Tyga on there.
Yes, we actually made our song live on this Twitch together.
Twitch is something, isn't it?
No, honestly, it's a whole, he kept saying W's in the channel. W's in the channel. I said, I gotta get down with the lingo. Because it's like a whole other streaming space. Yeah. But he is so dope. He's such an incredible artist and also an incredible soul. He actually just recently taught me how to play baccarat. We went to each other in Vegas and we sat down and like rich kids. It's so funny, but no, it was really fun playing that. But honestly, beyond that, we made the song live and the fans were showing so much love. It was W's in the chat.
W's in the chat.
But Tyga, there's a song I have called Naked. Yep, which really speaks to my life in a big way. And people have been showing me so much love on Ecstasy.
Yeah, come on, with the Brian Gravity Challenge, I just love how you always do it. For me, I remember obviously there's one step, but when Ride, my mom walked in, I was with my best friend, we were in the room, and I was like, she was watching me, she was letting me know I was it. And I was like, your friend was. And she was like, am I doing, oh my God, I was like, am I doing, do I look like this? And she was like, yes.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I was in that room for hours. We were like, I was 16, and I was like, I need to be seen. I put the outfit on, but it was too much. So you just keep doing it. There's now a bunch of us on the foldable chair trying to find Gravity. How do you come up with this stuff?
Let me tell you, I got to shout out Taylor Terry. She is this amazing dancer, but I've also known Taylor for some time through my dear friend, and creative director, Jamaica Craft.
Oh,
Jamaica started with me when I was just 14 years old. Okay, so we talk about 24 years in the room with my makeup artist. We're like 26 years. Okay, so she introduced me to Taylor, and then Taylor came through with the choreography. And when I saw the cherry dance, I was like, this is insane. I was like, I want to do that, and I thought it was going to be really hard. And then I got to the room, and I'm like, okay, I was scared of the chair. I was scared because I'm like, what's going to happen? And then I got on the chair, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's actually really like smooth and like dope. And so I did it, and it's been amazing to see how people have just loved it and trying it.
Okay, so you've done it with everybody. I know I gotta let you go soon, but we have to do this because I seen you doing it with all the girls, but I figured that we could do the Defying Gravity Challenge and level it up.
Let's go. I see you did that.
And I'm gonna ask you some questions while we do the Defying Gravity Challenge.
Okay,
and we're gonna level up by putting things on our back.
Oh my gosh.
As we do it.
Okay.
Are you down for that?
I'm down. I've done this before. Let's go.
I'm so excited.
Yay.
Baby, this is taking over, yeah. Tell me why Tropical Smoothie Cafe has your girl feeling more blessed than Sierra's prayer, with only the freshest smoothies, bowls, and made-to-order bags. Tropical Smoothie Cafe is serving exactly what you need to turn your everyday into a mini vacation. Now, they did not come to play, y'all. The naturally sweetened detox island green smoothie at Tropical Smoothie Cafe, ooh, it has spinach, kale, mango, pineapple, banana, and fresh ginger. You name it. That Caribbean jerk chicken wrap with the kale and apple slaw upgrade. Ooh, yes, honey. Eating your fruits and veggies has never been this fun. It's serving exactly what I serve at every Met Gala. Pure excellence. And don't even get me started on their chia oatmeal pudding bowl. You want some morning motivation that balances craveable deliciousness and guilt-free indulgence? That's the one. The chia oatmeal pudding bowl with some almonds and fresh strawberries will have you moving like a money at 8 a.m. So go on, order ahead, take the scenic route, and earn rewards with the Tropical Smoothie Cafe app. Download it today or visit tropicalsmoothiecafe.com to find a cafe near you. You're on tropic time now at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Are you ready? Yes. Hey guys, me and Sierra are about to do the Defying Gravity Challenge. While I ask for these rapid fire questions, I'm already scared. Don't be scared. And Lauren, our producer, is going to put stuff on our back.
Not go slow, because this is a beast.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you collaborated with the greats, but who are you still dying to work with?
I want to work with Bad Bunny.
Oh my, okay.
Because I like to learn how to speak Spanish. I'm learning right now.
Come on, okay, first thing you eat when you back in the egg.
Ooh, I like to eat some ribs, chicken, jams. Oh my God.
She is really
I love my soul food.
Oh, yes, me too. I love soul food. Okay, you have 4 kids. Oh my God, damn, how old are you? Bread. You have 4 kids. You have 4 kids. What's on your baby name?
Ooh,
I'm listening.
I'll myself up. I'm like, Mama, I want to say what I want my playlist. Yeah. Ooh, I like songs that don't say a lot of words.
Oh, so she likes ambient. I'm listening to
Yeah,
jazz.
I like that all the words kind of music.
Ooh, you're such
That's
a
a lot
big
of crazy.
Oh my gosh, what you like on our
Okay.
Favorite song to perform on tour?
Ooh, listen. No, put it back on the back. Put it back on the back. Look, put it on the back. Yes. You know what? Morning is happening right. That's what's happening.
That's Lauren.
I am no way. I'm just saying flat now. I like performing 1-2 step at a level up. I like performing booties.
Ooh,
Yeah, and I can't recall.
that's gonna be so good.
Yeah, I'm going. Okay, I'm not gonna do one leg. I'm gonna do straight leg.
Okay, football season or awards?
Ooh.
Ooh, do you like being a wag?
I like.
We are so into it right now. Oh my gosh.
Okay, what else?
You're the hottest wag ever. Okay, so date night in or out? Y'all love
Oh,
it.
it depends. I love eating.
But I feel like you're such a fun date in person. You probably do something like that. Yes.
I'm with Jack.
Okay, last one.
Yes.
Baby C.
I do like.
Yeah, I saw you make it once.
I do like Mexican, but I can help Mexican.
Me too. I do think I'm Mexican too. For real. Shout out to our Mexican people.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
Hola.
Baby C, go boy or girl? I love that.
Hey, what is all about that?
Everything. And now we're done.
Glass of water on the back?
give me that mug. Okay. Hand me the mug. Give me the mug right here. It says, what's the tea? Oh my gosh, you gotta say with the tea. What's the tea? Come on, what's the tea? Let's go, baby. Yes, ma'am. We nailed it. You're right, girl. You are nailed.
Ooh, y'all, that was a try. Now, I might be sore from the unready part, but it's okay. It's so clear why Sierra's been in the game for, what, more than 2 decades? She's taken risks, ignored others' expectations, and consistently bettered herself. That's that CC energy. I think sometimes we feel like things are out of our hands or that we need to wait for permission to get what we want in life. But by living with intention, we become the masters of our own stories. And as we evolve, grow older, get into relationships, or become parents, those intentional decisions we make only unlock more potential for greatness. And that's T-Boo. Hope y'all enjoyed, and I'll see you next time because you know it's your girl. Baby, this is Kiki. Baby, this is Kiki Palmer, yeah.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Granger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call thegranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
This episode is presented in partnership with Airbnb. Baby, Memorial Day weekend is all about family, food, and kicking off summer.
Bye.